Welcome, everybody, to another exciting edition of Texas Card House Live, coming to you from Dallas. You got Greg P. in the booth, joined by a very special guest, Mr. Kyle Z. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. Glad to have you in the booth, sir. Kyle's one of the high-stakes grinders here. You can see him as a regular on the Tuesday game, the 10-25-50. We got Wolfgang Poker for you tonight on the 5-5-10 streets, and we're going to dive right into the action here in just a couple of minutes. And we are live. We are diving right into the action on this 5-5-10 game. Once again, in the booth, you got Greg P. and Mr. Kyle Z joining me tonight. Kyle, how you doing?
Good. How you doing today?
I'm doing just fine, buddy. Glad to have you in here with me. Should be a fun time getting your perspective on some of these hands.
I'm excited. There's a lot of players here that I know pretty well.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're out there on the streets all the time. No PLO flip, it looks like, and we are diving right into the two-card action. Danny already getting it started 9-6 on the button, and eBay Dave just flopping the nuts. Just flopping Broadway. I'd say that's a pretty good result. Shows it, says, all right, this is how we're getting this one started. Just flopping the nuts immediately. I'd say that's a good result with Queen 10 out of the blinds. What do you think of Danny's open there on the button?
Pretty good. Pretty good. You know, eBay Dave is someone that is legendary that I've always heard about, but never have laid eyes on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
very famous in Dallas.
Here he is. Very interesting, then. I personally have never heard of him. We got Kieran, I think. Is this the first time Kieran's been on the stream? I think so. If not, it's been quite a while. You played with Kieran at all? He's often out there in 2-5. There in C3.
Yep, played with Kieran, for sure.
Yeah. Very solid player. Doesn't come around as often as he used to.
This gentleman that is first to act has a lot of gangster in him. His name is
Yes, he does. Yeah. Going by Diva here on the stream. Certainly a solid player himself. Played with him many a time out on the 2-5. Impasse. Ace-8 of spades in the hijack. Gonna raise it up. eBay Dave. Let's go with King 6. I think that's fine. And Just Jeff. Not Just Jeff, but Just Jeff this week. Ace-6 gonna put in the call, and Aaron from Chicago flopping 2-pair. So a spade draw out there. There's backdoor spades. Oh wait, okay, he folded the Ace-6. That's what I thought. I was kind of surprised to see Jeff in there with the Ace-6 offsuits. Impasse going to barrel out here. Like a raise or just a flat call here?
Just flat.
Just flat call? Yeah, I'm kind of the same opinion. This board heavily favors impasse more often than not. Front door flush draw comes in. Not surprised to see it go check, check. And a Dewey on the end. Aaron's got to be feeling pretty good about 2-pair in this spot. You played with Aaron much? I've gotten to play with Aaron quite a lot.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I believe he's from Kansas City.
Kansas City, is that where? For some reason I was thinking from Chicago. I don't know why.
Somewhere up north.
Somewhere up north. Yeah. North of here, anyway. He's going to barrel out and get a pretty quick fold there from Impasse's 8. Say that is all pretty fine and standard. So what's it like playing with Trick Time on the Tuesday game, Mr. Kyle Z?
Well, he's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on you.
Oh, yeah.
You need to, you yourself need to stay really reasonable.
Sure.
You need to not get caught up in Trick Time's game.
Yes, yes.
Plenty of people have. I have myself, you know, so it's very interesting. He definitely put you in some spots.
Yeah, that is for sure. Yeah, it's one of the things. If you got a player who's wild and crazy, the adjustment to make is not to be just as wild and crazy. It is to just stick to the strategy that you are most familiar and your winning strategy. Real quick, Thanks for the sub, Brian Lee. Appreciate you, bud, here on YouTube. Let's see. I haven't opened up the Twitch channel. Let me do that real quick. See what we got going over there. Got 24 of you in over there. Let's see. And 278 here in YouTube. Nice start. I know we'll do better by the end of the stream as Aaron picks up the ace-king. Gonna immediately 3-bet Jason's 6-3 of diamonds, who is gonna come along.
Jason's got a lot of heart.
He's got a lot of hearts, and he's got the button. The button means so much in this game. And does not outflop the ace-king. Aaron running pretty good in these first couple of hands. Chase, he bet here is pretty mandatory. What were you going to say?
Jason usually peels whenever he hits a pair.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't played with him too much. I've watched him on the stream quite a few times.
This might be too much money.
Yeah, I think so. Aaron did pump it up a little bit. Pretty big sizing there. Maybe just trying to target some flush draws and worse kings in that spot. But he does get the 6 to fold. And he's going to take that one down. Would you like to see a smaller c-bet there? I think I would on that exact board texture.
Yeah, generally when I 3-bet, I do down bet.
Yeah, down bet's pretty, you know, it's pretty just go-to for the most part, especially whenever you flop a strong hand that doesn't mind seeing too many turn cards.
Yeah.
And I mean, there were, you know, any 9 isn't great, any jack isn't amazing or anything like that on that board texture, so I don't blame Aaron for trying to go for a little more equity denial in that spot.
Yeah.
Let's see. Got an open seat. I do believe that is reserved for Mr. Wolfgang Poker. I have not seen him yet.
You know, this is an interesting flat in the cutoff. You can certainly do this, but a lot of people these days that are a little studied like to only have a 3-better fold strategy in the cutoff.
Yeah, that's and that's not unreasonable, especially with a hand like Jack-9 suited. I think, yeah, I think that's all very reasonable. I was about to say, I was like, what would I do different? Probably nothing.
Yeah.
There we go, 4.99 super chat. Mr. Chris Sturdivant. Sturdy, how you doing, buddy? Kyle Z in the booth, yes indeedy.
And I just wanted to point out here, one of the reasons why people 3-better fold in the cutoff is exactly what just happened to Jason. He just got squeezed by the blinds.
Yes, he did. Yeah, it disincentivizes the blinds from putting on too much pressure.
Oh, man.
Though Kieran can hold up to the heat with this hand. Flops middle sets on a very dynamic board texture. Let's see. Aaron was the 3-better pre, and he's probably just going to check give up on this spot. Let's see really any reason for him to continue in this spot. Either player really. Probably going to be a bet and 2 quick folds, I would imagine, unless. Yeah, that's what I figured. I like the 3-bet with 10-9. You got to mix it up a little bit. 3-bet range, put in some, you know, 3 bets with lighter hands for some board coverage, things like that. Can't always have aces, kings, jacks, etc.
And honestly, in live poker, if you have anything reasonable to squeeze with, you usually get rewarded for squeezing.
Yes, squeezing in general is just a difficult play to respond to almost from any position unless you have like a strong holding. It doesn't really matter what your opponent has, it just is a fact of the game. It's like whenever you are put with a lot of pressure, you are forced to wake up with a good hand or get out, unless you want to start gambling to the point of being exploited or making mistakes. So, Kazi, got questions in the chat for you. Captain Underpairs says, "What's your backstory in poker?"
In poker?
Yeah.
My backstory in poker is I, played since I was in high school.
Oh, okay.
I thought that just because I was you know, someone that was a little bit smart, that I was just going to get handed money.
Yeah.
And then I just lost a lot of money
Yes.
for a number of years. And then one day I just decided I was going to study a little bit and
Yeah.
get a little bit better.
Of course. That is kind of how I started too. When I first started at the 1-2 streets, raw aggression kind of just got the job done for me most of the time. And I thought I was good because of that. And then I started playing a little bit larger and a little bit tougher games and found out I very much was not. So I was forced to study.
Poker is a very humbling game.
Yes, that is for sure. You can do everything right and still lose.
But if the question was, do I play for a living or anything like that, the answer is no.
Yes.
I have a job, just like most people that play on stream here, which I think
Yes.
makes Texas poker amazing.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, most people are not grinders that are, you know, living off the money that they're playing with at the table. Most of the time, it's like play money essentially,
Right.
Or they have, you know, money set aside specifically to play poker, and
Everybody's in a much better mood.
That-
Losing
yes.
isn't such a big deal. You know,
Yeah.
it's just way better in Texas.
absolutely, yeah, Texas is the place to be. For those of y'all who don't know, make your way down here. I'd say this is one of the best places to play poker in the entire country. Do you think that's a
Oh, yeah.
reasonable statement?
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to Vegas not too long ago, and the games were good, but they just weren't Texas. Like, they just didn't have the same feel that Texas has, and they were rigged. So it's like a much different environment. I don't think people put enough stock into how important it is that all the money still stays on the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Just Jeff. I want to call him Just Jeff,
I
but
know.
he is Just Jeff in this one. The 4-3 of spades raises it up in the cutoff. Diva going to defend in the small blind with the queen 10. And Danny Marks coming along, ace-6. Talk to Danny much?
I do.
Yeah, Danny's awesome, man.
Yeah,
I had lunch with him the other day.
I think if Danny continues on his little journey, he's going to be
Very solid.
very well. Yeah, Danny's already, you know, pretty solid, but I think Danny has a high ceiling. We'll put it that way.
I absolutely agree, and he's already on his way flopping top 2 pair, though. Just Jeff's got the steel wheel draw here with the 4-3 of spades. Going for the check raise in this spot. What do you make of this one?
I like it.
I do too. Yeah, I think I like it in this spot. There's a lot of ace-x you can charge on this board.
Cutoff's going to be wide anyway.
And exactly, cut off. Like, they have a overall range advantage here, but that doesn't mean that they have to have an ace all the time. And Just Jeff does not, in fact. Let's see what he decides to do. I actually, with Just Jeff's exact hand, I might put in a 3-bet here some of the time. Oh, and he goes for it.
Just fine. Solvers are going to definitely tell you to do a 3-bet here sometimes. Personally,
Yeah.
In position, I
Probably
3-bet. I 3-bet less. but
Yeah. No, I think
completely okay to put in a 3-bet here.
absolutely. Out of position, I'd probably be a little more inclined to just put in the flat call, though I'm sure Danny is kind of loving this. It's kind of hard to imagine Just Jeff has pocket 2s. He blocked middle set, so I think Danny's really hoping that Just Jeff is doing this with a strong ace, potentially trying to deny against straight and flush draws, though in fact the roles are reversed in that sense.
Unfortunately for Danny, we've got an awkward size where I think he can only continue with a flat out of position, and that really
It sucks.
that
It's
sucks.
not fun, is it? Yeah. Just flat.
Oh.
Oh, and he ships it. Oh, that I was gonna say, if he is gonna raise, he kind of just has to ship
Oh
it.
yeah, absolutely. It's,
Jeff is like relatively short stacked, so I really don't.
I didn't
blame
realize that. I thought they were both. Okay.
Both about 4K deep. Yeah, Just Jeff is very short stacked here. I think.
Then yeah, this is completely fine.
Yeah. I think Jeff's got a call here. He's,
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
yeah, there's just no way he can fold. It's unfortunate. He does currently have 4 high, though he is got a lot of outs. That isn't one of them.
They run it at once like a boss.
The one in the oh, dude, oh no, the 5 comes in. No, no. Jeez, man.
I think Danny has been getting just crushed on
Crushed
lately. Yeah.
lately,
Yeah, I know how
yeah.
that feels. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, Kyle Z regularly gets destroyed with the runouts, man. Not for any fault of his own. I still can't. I still remember I think it was your straight getting cracked by JD's aces. The runner boat, the like 4% chance he had to win that hand, and it's just like, all right.
Yeah. Every day I wake up and I hope terrible things happen to JD.
I love that so much.
No, we're actually good friends.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it.
It is weird playing against your friend for a bunch of money.
Yes, of course.
But sorry for Danny there. You did the right thing, and
so that's what we were just talking about.
Yep.
This game is incredibly humbling. You got the money in as good as you could, and it just didn't work out for you. This is a gambling game at its core, though there are ways to gamble better than others. It really is what it is. And Danny is not shy. He's going to rebuy Insta with stacks. Just drops a wad on the table. He came to play. Just Jeff got a nice, clean double up through the man.
These cards are a little different than you used to, right?
And the table, too.
Queen 7 in the hijack opening, Queen 7 suited like this. It's okay if you don't have people to your left that are going to be 3-betting you a lot.
Right.
There it is.
And there it is. And Aaron does, in fact, I think Jeff is just kind of riding the wave, feeling feeling the rush.
Aaron right on time with the cutoff. Probably 3-better fold strategy. We'll see if that actually is true as the stream plays.
Yes, indeed. And Diva just get a flat call here.
Diva. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some gangster stuff from Diva at some point.
Yeah.
This is a little higher than he's used to playing, but
really?
from what I've seen at the 2-5 table, the man finds some bluffs.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I've probably been on the wrong end of those bluffs before. I wouldn't know. He played them too well. Real quick, had a sub on Twitch. Cyrenode74, thank you so much for the sub. Almost missed you, buddy. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, you can use Twitch's subscription service to support Texas Card House, all of us here in the booth as well. And if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you get a free sub every month. Costs you nothing. All you got to do is sign up, and you can support TCH Dallas. We appreciate it so much. I like Aaron's check give up here. I think this is an awful board for his exact hand, and it just got worse.
Especially multi-way.
Yeah, exactly. He's 3-way. He's got ace-10 wrong color on an 8-high board.
And he had a cold caller behind him. I mean, this is just all bad.
Yeah, all bad for both Jeff and Aaron. Diva picks up the 6-high flush and has got the check mark already. 8 on the end, as if the board could get any scarier for two of these players. So once checked to, I bet Diva's probably going to put at least something out. Maybe not. Does check it back. Shows it. Had the best hand pre-flop, and he certainly had it post. Going to drag a nice $230 profit. Overall, I'm typically not the biggest fan of cold calling 3-bets, but 6s is, you know, it's close.
Yeah,
It's close. I'd say it's close.
Yeah, live you can get away with quite a bit, but personally, I'm not someone to cold call 3-bets.
Yeah.
And in this game, you're not going to get punished as much because people are not cold 4-betting
Yes.
or 4-bet squeezing, but still. Yeah.
Yeah, these bloggers have made like micro stakes.
Yeah, the issue with cold calling 3-bets typically is that there's still action pending behind you every time that situation arises with the first raiser. And then if you get 4-bet by them or cold 4-bet, you just feel like a goof for calling with your pocket fours or whatever. So
Absolutely. Your range is capped as well, so you're
Yeah.
putting in a lot of money into a pot that's going to be a lower SPR when you have a capped range. Like, this is just not going to work out for you too well.
yeah, you can't polarize very well on a lot of different board textures because your hand just gets played so face up most of the time. And it just kind of sets up bad things going forward, you know. Diva in the cutoff. Raises it up, 9-7 offsuits, and Kieran immediately going to put in 3-bet the ace-queen. I like it. And Diva going to let her go. I also like that as well. If he doesn't think impasse on his left is going to play too many hands, I definitely don't mind the open with the 9-7, though once 3-bet, kind of got to just give that one up, I think. Suited maybe as deep as they are, he could potentially call, but even then it's getting pretty thin, I'd say.
Yeah, I think one thing that would help a lot of people whenever they think about these 3-bet spots after they've just been open in 3-bet is I'm allowed to fold something. What are those things that I'm allowed to fold?
Right.
Right. And I think a lot of people, that doesn't go through their head, and all of a sudden they're calling like 90% of 3-bets.
Yes. It is important to defend against 3-bets. You can't be too exploitable, but you also don't want to be exploitable in the opposite direction.
Right, yeah.
Where you're overcalling 3-bets.
How do you maintain that much land? Why? No, how do you maintain that much land?
Oh, that's the downside of it. We finished about 14 acres. It's a lot of work.
On one of those things, or you have to hire people?
Hard to do it with 0 time.
We are moving on to the next one. A little bit of a blind battle here. eBay opened up. Oh, just called. Limp called against Jeff's raise. And eBay with the nuts. Backdoor diamond draw. Gonna come along.
Oh,
Yeah, I think he's announcing it. We can't hear it. And then he's putting the chips out in a string fashion. But as long as you announce it, it doesn't matter. But no string bets.
What's that? Oh, I added 5, so I don't know.
They might call strain on that next time, just so you know.
What am I allowed
Strain
to
raise.
Just let's go with the king queen. I think that's pretty reasonable facing this action.
Am I, is it too much?
What do you make of the check there, raise there with the king of diamonds? There's a lot of turn cards you can continue bluffing on, I think. Any queen, any jack, any diamond, really. So
definitely. But I don't know that King 6 would be the combo to check raise with. But
right, yeah.
it is nice to have that naked king of diamonds whenever the flush does come in, because you can put a lot of pressure because your opponent does not have the nuts.
You know, they don't have the nuts, and you can pretend like you do. It's great.
And you still got to draw on the turn, right? If you,
Yeah, exactly. When you do get called, you have equity. Oh, there's Wolfgang. The man is here. I was wondering where he was at. Wolfgang Poker in the house, everybody. For those of you who don't know, Wolfgang Poker is a YouTube vlogger, just like Owen, Nimi, Lexo, all the others. He is getting on that vlog train, and he's getting himself a nice little following. 23,000 subs currently. Let's see what the man is made of. I think he's only like 22 or 23, so he's getting started pretty young here. There it says, "Wake up, Jeff. Action's on you. I've got ace king. I want to raise already." We got in the booth, or in the box now. We got Miss Cherie, not Sherry. She will tell you. It is Cherie. She's adamant on that fact. Impasse gonna flat the KQ, and Danny gonna put in the squeeze ace queen. I think that's all pretty reasonable.
Somewhere in there.
so technically, Aaron is supposed to mix in some flats and 4-bet some, but it would be perfectly okay in this live game for him to just 4-bet ace king.
Yeah, just 4-bet exclusively, especially being out of position with 2 players. I think I would be more inclined to go for a flat heads up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Than with multi-way, and he does put it in. Kind of oh, I thought it was only 400. Okay, 500 is good size.
When I first moved there,
Impasse gonna let it go, and what do you do as Danny here? Do you just let her go, or
No,
defend
not with
position?
not with ace queen suited.
Yeah.
I think this is a flat.
I think so too. Aaron's also capable of having a little bit less than ace king here. He doesn't have to be quite this nutted, and good to see flop in position comes out red. You have a little bit better opportunity to at least turn your hand into a bluff. Oh, that looks like folding. Oh, it does not. Okay.
almost if you ever want to sell,
This is a pretty, honestly, a pretty big 4-bet.
Yeah, a little bit. 500.
you literally say
It took me, it's exactly what I
And, ooh,
you can fit 8 cars.
that is an interesting board texture for these two exact hands.
The 4-bet caller should have a little bit of an advantage on this board, I think.
Agreed.
Maybe not. He might have the nut advantage, but he might not have the range advantage.
Not the overall range advantage, I agree. He has 10s, and Aaron doesn't really ever have 10s here. So I think, and Aaron, like, maybe has 8s here. I doubt it. But, or I'm sorry, Danny has 8s here sometimes. But I think that's getting pretty thin. But Danny definitely has the nut advantage in this spot, I agree. Though Aaron's got all the bigger pairs, et cetera, et cetera. Really interested to see what Danny decides to do here. Is he going to go for the, just goes for the call?
In position, I think that's fine. Out of position, you might want to put in a check raise.
Absolutely. 5. I think this is a card that Aaron might have to slow down on. Yeah, he does not look happy. That little smirk.
Yeah, and
I can see it.
what's interesting about Aaron with the two sizes we've seen so far on the flop is it doesn't look like he bets small with range. It doesn't look like that's the strategy
Right.
that he employs. I think you bet half pot here on the flop.
Does check it over to Danny, who now could potentially steal this. Aaron's only got a pot-sized bet left. Is Danny going to go for it?
Yep. It's hard to think what 4-bet hands Danny beats right now.
Right. Does go for a squeaker of a bet, 950, half pots. Kind of surprised to not see Danny just ship it here with Aaron's stack depth.
I think Aaron has more.
I think he does. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see more than
Yeah.
1,700 in front of him. He's got 2K just in blacks. So I think this is a very reasonable bet size from Mr. Daniel.
Man, this hand is way deeper than we thought.
Yeah, I know, way deeper. And I think Aaron's probably just going to have to fold here. Unless he really puts Danny on just stone air. And even then, Danny can still have some ace-king, in which case you're just calling to chop anyway. So probably thinking about whether or not spiking an ace or a king is good for him.
I think what's throwing off Aaron is the size. Like, although, never mind. That's considering like a 1,700 stack size. Never mind.
Right.
Again, this is one of those spots where a player can think, where am I in my range? What am I allowed to fold? I'm allowed to fold something.
I'm allowed to fold something.
Right.
This hand definitely qualifies. Though he does not look like a believer, man. Does not look like a believer.
Maybe we got the live reads going on.
We just might.
Okay, all right. There it is.
Does let it go.
Nice bet, Danny.
Nice play there, Mr. Daniel. Getting the hand that's got you out pipped to let it go on a board that certainly favors you. And he's going to scoop a pretty nice pot there. It's like a 2K pot. So I really like the play that we saw on that one.
I see Danny did the trick time rebuy, the rage.
The rage
reload.
reload.
The rage big reload, yeah.
See, I've always interpreted that as trick buying short to kind of feel out the table a little bit, and then he buys gigantic because he doesn't mind losing 5, 6K to dunk around with.
I think so. I think that's also where he's a little crazier. I mean, you know, I
Agreed.
not to take anything away from trick time. He does some things 30K deep for sure.
Oh yeah, but no, the man's got moves, to say the least, I'd say.
But I think if we map this out on the streams, you know, you'd see him play crazier earlier and tighten up a little as the stream goes on.
Absolutely.
rented quads when I went to Costa Rica, and just Costa Rica's amazing. Just quads, go through all the greenery.
Looks like we got the $20 straddle on. Raising threes in the hijack.
Here, just calling ace-10. I think I would probably put in the 3-bet here for the exact reasons you mentioned earlier. Don't want to be blown off this hand.
Especially when you don't, you know, if you don't know who you're playing against in the blinds too. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, it's just safer, just a 3-better fold to cut off.
Absolutely. And just Jeff had a hand he could potentially squeeze with, and him calling is going to price Aaron in. We're going 4 ways here. I think multi-way, even getting a price in the straddle, I'd probably just fold the king deuce. Suited, maybe I come along.
Yeah.
Offsuit, probably just let her go in the muck.
Yep. Also depends what kind of game you're in.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Like
yeah.
if people will
Very
just
true.
blindly pay you off whenever you hit 2 deuces,
Yeah.
fine.
Then,
For
yeah, why not?
stacks, right? For
Yes.
stacks.
The old implied odds, as they say. And Kieran actually going to barrel out here, I believe, after the flop check through and just take this one on down with nothing but ace high. Got Danny to fold the best hand, though 2 trays probably not going to hold up very often.
Yeah, he's also played against Kieran a little bit, and nothing to take away from Kieran, but he's a very reasonable man. Let's call him.
Yes, very reasonable man indeed.
Although that stab, you know.
Hey,
Got the job done.
Sometimes you can just look your opponents in the eye and you know that they've got stone air.
I don't look anybody in the eye when I play. Not a lot of eye contact over here.
I don't really do that either. I used to stare people down, and 1, that's just, it's awkward, and 2, it's like really bad for the game. You just look like a jerk.
way too serious.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I get it, we're all playing for money, and some of us take it more seriously than others, but like, you don't need to, go that far with it.
Yeah, and personally, I think a lot of live reads are actually just confirmation bias.
I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, there are some,
memory recall bias as well.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are some instances, like actually you were at the table for this hand when we'll get back to that in a minute though. We got a bit of a hand brewing in front of us. Impasse calls, Diva's open, who's got the nuts.
We'll see if Wolfgang plays 3-better fold on the small blind here.
Yeah, I think
There we go.
pocket jacks can definitely put in the 3-bet here. I like his size as well.
And like you said earlier, with another player in the pot, you should definitely 4-bet these.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's not fun playing aces caught in the middle. It's pretty hard to get the most value for your hands in that instance, and just not fun. It's just not fun to play with action behind you. So, guys, wanted to say real quick, we're only 110 subs away from being 35,000 subscribers on YouTube. I think we can make it happen tonight. We got Wolfgang Poker in the house. I'd say that's good enough for some new subs. Hopefully some of y'all came over from his channel and are checking out the stream for the first time. If so, thank you for joining us.
I like this 4-bet size.
I like the 4-bet size as well. You don't have to go too big when you're putting in a 4-bet, because the fact that you're putting in a 4-bet already carries enough weight, and you don't want to like reduce the SPR so dramatically that you just have to play in difficult spots post-flop. And Wolfgang is going to come right along here.
And we'll see what kind of size. What's he named himself? I'm sorry, I don't want to say his name. Diva. See what kind of size he chooses on the flop. On this board texture, is he going to go with? Some people with 4-bets, they go with more 20%, 25% sizing rather than 1/3.
Right.
So we'll see.
And this is not the driest flop, but it's pretty dry for the most part. Queen high definitely favors Diva in this spot. And Diva puts in the check here. Gonna slow play the aces. Basically saying, I have ace king, please put your money in the middle, Wolfgang. It's going to be interesting to see how he responds to the check. I like the check. I like the check. Can pot control against hands that have you crushed, like queens, kings, and aces. and you can allow ace-king to potentially barrel off.
Yeah, also with the stack sizes, you know, Diva can be pretty confident that he can get all the money in on 2 streets.
Yes, yeah, he doesn't need to go 3 full streets. And he does put out a half pot size bet here.
Yeah, if you're going to delay this, that makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
So now you got to kind of polarize.
And he's setting up the turn or the river very nicely for a jam on just about any river card, I'd say. Wolfgang, given that the flop checked, he might have to call here at least once and then maybe fold to a river jam. Though I wouldn't fault him for just putting in the fold right now.
Yeah, I think I would definitely call here.
Yeah, I would probably call here as well. Can't be exploited too often by ace king, of which Diva has more combos of that than aces in this spot.
The other thing to know about live poker is people generally do not bluff the river, so you can.
Oh,
I thought he said.
I thought he said all in. I was just like, oh my god! But yes, you're exactly right.
Because they don't. You can confidently call turn and then
Fold the river.
yeah, exactly. Fold the river, or they're just going to let you realize.
Absolutely.
So people in live poker generally play a little more balance on the flop and turn, but once they get to the river, you can go pretty hard with the exploits. Woo! Good
Wolfgang
fold.
Poker putting in the fold. Says, Diva, buddy, I believe you. All right, Wolfgang. Welcome to the stream, sir. Already putting in half your stack with the pocket jacks, but not all of it, as some people might have. And he's going to save himself some money.
He's got the retro Chicago Bulls hat on.
Yeah, that's an old school one. All right, Wolfgang, I'm liking what I'm seeing, buddy. Welcome to Dallas. Appreciate you coming out. And I appreciate all of you for joining us. If you are just now joining us, 700 of you watching now on the 5-5-10 game. We got Greg P in the booth, joined by the one and the only Mr. Kyle Z from the 10-25-50 game. Oh man, all the primos just waking up with it here. Bridge Mike, Ace King offsuits.
You still live there, or are you traveling right now, full time, Chicago? Yeah. I went to Beverly.
He's gonna limp with it. Get a little tricky.
Get a little tricky at the Ace King. Might go for the old limp back raise, the classic.
I like Mike a lot. He's been playing around town for a number of years.
Yes, no, Mike is awesome. Nice dude, super humble, and just fun, all around fun to play with.
No, I was hoping you had that.
Going 3 ways here. Everybody just stone whiffs this flop. Not surprised to see it check all the way around. How about just a brick? How about the biggest brick? And Jeff gonna take a stab at it, says, you guys ain't got nothing. That deuce didn't change anything, but oh man. But Bridge Mike says, get out. Show up with a deuce or fold. Show up with a deuce or fold, buddy. I love it. Getting it done with the ace high, man. You love to see it.
We've got a tag for my shop. Just a tag on all my different employees keeping that tag. Nobody else uses it really. So every time you look for the tag,
You had a set in that one? I impressed that I take
the videos that we have, I probably don't even use it to its full potential, but I get so much business that I never even, just from my employees,
you gotta hire someone just TikTok specialist.
Falls all the way over to eBay Dave, who's got a suited wheel ace. Certainly good enough for a raise. Huge raise. My goodness. Absolutely gigantic raise. Just ace jack. I think facing this massive raise, I'd just call here, when otherwise I might put in some free bets.
Yeah, whenever the general heuristic is the bigger someone bets, the bigger percentage of your range that you're supposed to 3-bet, but your overall range will be smaller.
Right. Okay. I see what you mean by that. Yeah,
And it goes the other way as well.
Yeah.
You know, the smaller someone bets, let's say someone is 2.5xing, you're going to be 3-betting less of a percentage of your range, but your whole range is going to be larger.
Ah, okay, yeah. I like that. I like that heuristic.
And the reason for that is like when someone is when someone's 3-betting and they're 3-betting larger, folding hurts a lot more. They lose a lot more money if you get them to fold, right?
Right. I agree. I had a question for you in the chats. Traveling B says, hey Kyle, why do you prefer getting it all in pre versus playing post? I think you'd be able to get away from your all in hands if you've seen a flop before jamming.
Yeah. You know, let's see. How do I explain that? When we're 100 or 200 big blinds deep,
Yeah.
there are just certain hands that I will 4-bet and 5-bet.
Yes.
And if you've noticed, in the earlier streams, I was getting a lot of money in pre-flop.
Yes.
And then people stopped 4-betting me as much.
Okay.
Right? And one of the reasons for that is because I was 5-bet jamming over them quite a bit. If we were just going to flip, right?
Yep.
Or they were going to fold their equity.
I'm going to realize all of it, yeah.
Exactly. So it's very nice not getting 4-bet for a number of reasons. And one of the reasons is not getting 4-bet allows you to realize well your 3-bet bluffs. So you get to see flops with a much larger percentage of your 3-bet range, which allows you to realize more with your 3-bet range. So yeah, there's a very, very complicated answer, but that would be why. If I had more money, I would be done buying in deeper to these games, and we wouldn't be getting it in. There's a certain point where it becomes unreasonable. I'm not going to just get it in with 30,000 when we're like 300 big blinds deep.
300 bigs is pretty hard to get into the middle pre-flop unless both players are at top of range. Bridge Mike flops a pair here, pair of 5s, and Danny is going to defend here. I like Danny's defend on this board texture. Mike's got quite a lot of equity himself, though. Picks up a little bit. Both players now open-ended to the straights, and Bridge Mike going to continue barreling.
Yeah, the problem for Danny on that turn is he blocks the straight, right?
Yes.
What happened? I thought he had the straight.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's I think they were four-liner to both.
Okay.
And I think it would check on that river.
Yeah, no problem traveling D.
Like Walmart, one day somebody just asked me just like this what I did, and that's what I was doing at the time. And the next thing you know, it's stoked, and then the next thing you know,
Like Walmart Dave doesn't have the same ring, or Amazon Dave. eBay Dave, got the same.
So how long have you known JD? You guys have, it's definitely, I mean, you mentioned you guys are friends, and I definitely see that.
So I moved to Dallas in 2016 from the Washington, D.C. area.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I would say 2017. The first time I ever met JD, I called him a nit and told him I was going to put him in the desert. Basically, tell everybody that he's a nit, and then no one will ever call him again. I didn't know JD at the time. Yeah.
That is so awesome.
This was in a 1-3 game, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, 1-3. I mean, that seems like a lifetime ago.
It does.
Playing 10, 25, 50 now. My goodness.
job, I get dirty.
Jason,
I had to break this on the back.
he's a ladies' man. He's got 2 queens under the gun. Diva defends his button. King 9 of hearts, and Kieran coming along offsuit relays.
So the button is definitely a lot different than the cutoff. You definitely should have flats on the button,
I absolutely agree.
especially against an early position.
Yeah, King 9 of hearts definitely fits squarely into that range. Kieran flops the best of it, though. Jason actually going to continue here. This board is dry enough. I do like the continuation there with queens. Yep. Your opponents don't have to have a lot of them, a lot of aces in this spot.
This is a 25% size, which is great for this drive board.
I
Ace,
agree.
Deuce 6.
Ooh, and it just gets worse and worse for the ladies. Oh, but he's going to continue barreling.
I'm telling you, Jason's got
calls.
heart.
Heart is exactly what he's got. Diva's got 2 of them and a pair, and is coming right along. Kieran, facing this action, might actually have to fold the ace-4. His kicker is not.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, he's a very reasonable man.
Yes.
So he might fold this.
Yeah, facing this action, it kind of sucks. You're not really losing much by folding ace-4 kicker here. Though, what do we know? Because he is coming right along. Wonder if Jason is still feeling too good about his 2 ladies, and a tray on the end. Kieran's still got the best of him, man. I think if Jason decides to check. Ooh, is Kieran gonna block that? No, he does not.
Man, the 2 people that'd be
ambitious.
ambitious. Yeah.
Ambitious at best. And Kieran's, yeah, man, nice call on the turn, buddy. Snuffed it out. Sniffed it out. And got it done, taking down a nice $280 profits. A little extra with the ace-4. You love to see that.
That's always what I want to hear, right?
Yeah, I didn't expect
The commentary, like if everybody had little mics, you know? Oh yeah, perhaps that. You're right.
I have a feeling with a little bit more blood, this stream's going to get good.
I absolutely agree.
I think just the right person or 2 needs to lose a decent-sized pot, and then I think this stream takes off.
I absolutely agree with you. I want to see Wolfgang get in the middle. I watched some of his content recently. Admittedly, I hadn't seen too much of it until I knew he was coming to Dallas. I don't watch a lot of poker vlogs as much these days. I used to quite a lot. Don't really anymore. I'm either.
Well, when you deal and you play all the time, what are you going to do? Or commentate, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Yeah, not watch poker at home.
Honestly, I bet your study has been affected. I bet you haven't been studying as much.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Just because like every hour of every day is poker for me most of the time, and so I mean I've gotten some study. Like I still do one-on-ones with a coach, and so he and I still talk about a lot of hands that I play live, which is very beneficial. But in terms of like raw sit down and study for 2-3 hours like I used to, not as much anymore.
Ooh, we'll see if Dave puts in a check raise with the.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh,
Does he lead out?
Did he just lead on out here with the 10 high? Just Jeff with 2 Ks, sniffing it out immediately.
I just heard legendary stories about this man.
Let's see, and he picks up a pair.
That's not what we wanted. We didn't want him to have showdown value.
No.
But eBay Dave doesn't care.
He does not care one bit. He's going to keep barreling. Pretty odd line to take, and just Jeff is sniffing it out, man.
Yeah.
Does put in the call. Says, I do not think you've got an ace, sir. And a 6 on the end. Brings in the backdoor clubs, and check it goes. Shows the 9, and just Jeff's got the goods. 2 cowboys, and takes someone down. I like his call down there on the turn. I wonder if he would have folded to a triple barrel.
Yeah, I think that was also, it was about the, I think for Jeff, I think it was about the size, not the size on the turn, but the lead on the flop was weird.
Yes.
And I think that's what sort of made him suspicious here.
Absolutely, yeah. It's
good hand, Jeff.
It's rare that you should lead into an opponent when they have like an overall range advantage, especially on an ace high board, unless you have like an absurdly strong hand that you really don't want your opponent to check back against, you know. Aloof Meatloaf, my biggest fan. I heard last night TCH put its best dealers on the stream table. Is there any coincidence why we've never seen Greg P dealing the live stream? Well, I can't deal from the booth, so that might be why. I haven't dealt a hand of poker in 2 months now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't been dealing. I've been either busy with the live stream, or I've been playing, or I've been traveling, and it's just I've wanted to use my time for other things, admittedly.
Bridge Mike opening it up in the cutoff.
Yeah, man. Opening it up with the 5-3. Says, why did I do that?
Exactly. every time I do something like that, I immediately get punished.
Yes. As you should. The poker gods say, no, you don't do that anymore. Slap the hand.
No, I go by Alex. One of my friends called me.
This is your first time in the booth, right, sir?
Absolutely.
Yes. Glad to have you here. We've had JD in here once. We got to get Trick Time in here. That'd be a show.
Oh man, you know, he is so fun to talk to. He has this
Yeah, he
image
is,
on
though.
stream as like, you know, the brash guy that's
Yeah.
showing the bluffs,
The
but
loose
I really like Trick Time.
Nice.
I really like Trick Time. He's hilarious.
He's also just a really nice dude. Like, anytime that I've talked to him, he's never been anything but just super chill.
Yeah, that's
and,
why that's why
very
everybody
friendly.
laughs when he does his antics. You know,
Yeah.
because everybody, you know,
They know he's not being a jerk.
Yeah.
Because he's just not a jerk.
And
That's the
also,
thing.
listen, he's a magical person. Any game that he sits down in,
Yeah.
he will make a good game.
Oh, yeah,
Whether
exactly.
it's, you know, the
Instantly
table talk or
changes
the
it.
way he plays, you know, it's just guaranteed to get a good game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have not had the pleasure of actually playing with him yet. Or rather, I have thankfully not played with him yet.
Yeah, be ready to call down.
Yes,
Jeez.
exactly. And I've not had the money to play in a game that Trick Time is involved in. So hopefully one day I'll get there and see what it's like to get bluffed by Trick Time. Got a bit of a hand brew in here, though. We got just Jeff coming up under the gun and calls all the way around. And what a flop. What a flop. Stone air from everybody except Bridge Mike. He's got wheel draw and a backdoor heart draw and overs to the board. Everybody with nothing but stone overs.
Was there on the original Razor here? I think so. Yeah, it's probably. Cause
Yes.
Well,
No, it's just Jeff, and then Aaron called.
interesting.
Yes. And Bridge Mike had the best of it, spikes it on the turn, and gets the check mark. And it does check all the way around. Kind of surprised it didn't see Mike go for a little bit of value there, though none really to be found. And he takes himself down a nice little pot.
I haven't heard of him in forever. I don't even know he's up here. I mean, it's just sponsorship. Video ads are just like,
So does the game dynamic change at all? Being, I mean, I could also answer this question a little bit, but you more so. Does the game dynamic change at all being on a live stream, or does it still feel like any other poker game?
You know, here in Texas, it feels like any other poker game.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, we not exactly the Tuesday game, but stakes that are probably like, you know, 5, 10, 20, or, you know, 5, 10, 20. Sometimes we put the 40 or 50 on. You know. It's the same. It's the same crew, and they do. I mean, they do play the same way. I would say the only difference on the live stream is just bigger.
Yeah.
Now,
Makes sense.
from a strategy perspective, I think it changes things. But
Sure.
as far as Texas poker goes, I don't think things change that much.
That is very true. Yeah, it's a pretty small player pool for a game that plays that big. There's really only like 20 of you that we cycle in and out of this game. So
Yeah, you know, I mean, thinking through the players like Trick Time, Ram, JD, just all these. I play with them a lot off stream, and they really just play the same.
yeah,
You know, which is great. You know, you get to have a window into their world, which I
Yes.
think makes live streams really fun to watch.
yes it does. Yeah, that's really the big benefit. And I mean, a lot of people are, you know, trepidatious about getting on the live stream because like they don't want people to see how they play, yada yada. But like, it's also only 4 hours of play, right? So you might see one person play 15 hands in that period of time, and that is like not enough, not even remotely near enough
To know anything.
to know anything about their play style other than, okay, he played this one hand crazy in this one spot.
Yep. Yep. I do think streams are good from this perspective where it shows everyone that we all do dumb things.
Yeah.
And no, that's really, really good for poker because
Yes, it
there's this propensity to pretend like some of us never make mistakes, which is just completely untrue. We see
Right.
people make mistakes all the time.
the time.
Doesn't matter who it is.
Exactly.
You know? And I think that's really good for poker.
I agree. Yeah, it makes people more approachable, and it keeps new players to come into the game because it just makes it more approachable to new players because they don't want to sit down with a table full of sharks. But everybody's still learning in this game. This game is not solved, despite what people might tell you.
I'm not gonna have any bluffs there.
We got a bit of a hand brewing here, though. eBay on the button's got the best hand, ace with a 6 kicker, though Diva has the range advantage and continues barreling. I think on this exact board texture, I'd probably just check give up.
You know, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Maybe heads up, I still barrel.
Yeah, heads up, I probably barrel and barrel for a large size.
Yeah.
Although A7 deuce, not so much. I guess the hearts don't matter as much, but still, I do like polarizing on wetter boards.
Agreed. And eBay going to turn to pair now. Certainly not going anywhere. Probably loving that Diva's betting into him. Puts in the raise here.
That freaks me out every time that he
I
announces
know.
it. He's like the only player that does it.
Yes, he is. He really is like the only player we've had on stream that kind of does the... It's not really a string bet because he's announcing what he's... at least I believe he's announcing what he's betting. But not many people put the chips out there that way. And once facing this action, I think Diva's got a pretty clear-cut fold.
He does. I hope he does.
Yes.
Okay, good.
He does.
Like, don't pick this spot to get gangster.
Yes.
Pick another one.
Pick a different one. There are better spots, my man. Real quick, thanks for the sub, 11152. Appreciate the new sub. We are so close to 35,000 subscribers. Hit that sub button and click the bell, notification bell. That way you can keep yourself up to date with all the high stakes poker action. We got Greg P in the booth, joined by Mr. Kyle Z from the high stakes game on Tuesday. Glad to have you here, buddy.
Oh, good to be here. It's been real fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this is a fun experience. Like especially when I'm in here alone. I don't mind doing the stream alone. It certainly is a little bit more challenging, but we like to use this to give the opportunity for players to come in here, for anyone that wants to take a shot at commentating on the stream to come in here. That way, the chat can get to know you guys, the viewers can get to know you guys a little bit more on not on a personal level, but you know, understand that you're still real people at your core, you know.
Absolutely.
And Bridge Mike got 2 ladies under the gun. Puts in the 4.5x raise. Pretty strong line of eBay. eBay! Living up to the names, or living up to his reputation, it seems. 3-bet with the 9-8. And Bridge Mike just going to put in the flag call here. Out of position. Got eBay absolutely destroyed. So all things change. And all things change indeed.
Unfortunately, Bridge Mike is also a reasonable person and there's an overcard here.
Absolutely.
But he checked, so maybe he gets a little money out of Bridge.
Absolutely, yeah. eBay decided to slow play the 2-pair. And
you know what? Bridge Mike has been around Dallas a long time. He probably knows who eBay is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very interesting. And a king on the end. Counterfeiting! Mr. eBay.
Now here's the
shaking his head, man.
Whenever you have 2-pair and you get counterfeited like this, you can actually go for bluffs. We actually saw Andrew Nemi do it when he played here.
I remember that hand. It was awesome.
It was the right thing to do. He just, unfortunately, it was against Skydiver, and Skydiver not pulling that much.
Never folding, ever. Yeah, I actually got to talk to Andrew one-on-one about that hand, and he and I broke it down. It was a lot of fun to talk about because, yeah, whenever you've got 2-pair that gets counterfeit, you block so many boats that you can just raise pretty often against certain action, and you're going to get folds a lot of the time just because you have so much of the board locked up. There's Mr. Sean.
Oh man,
Sean out on the streets, baby.
I want Sean in the live stream.
I want Sean on the live stream. He's looking
awesome.
up there.
Come on, man.
Yeah, no, get on up here, bro. Sean has too much of my money.
Oh man, he's Sean's a crazy player.
Yes, he is, and he's the suck out king, at least against me. Specifically, you know, you always have that one player that you just can't win against, and Sean is that player for me.
Well, if a player is willing to bluff frequently, they're going to suck out on you way more than anybody else, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Again, that's another magical player. He will make any game good.
Yes, he will. Sean is awesome. Yeah, he and another player here had what they called bonus rounds, where they would just put $150 out there blind from whatever position at any time. They said bonus round and just put the stack out there. So yeah, if any of y'all think that TCH isn't good for action, you're dead wrong. See an interesting hand develop here. Diva decided to just flat call the ace-5 instead of putting in the 3 bets. Does get out flopped by Wolfgang Poker. Second hand of the night to this guy. Pretty good flop for the 9-7, all things considered. I like his tiny bet here. Don't need to go big on paired boards, and he is getting looked up by ace high in this spot by Mr. Diva. 10 on the turn. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go check. As Wolfgang Poker does have a weaker 9 than he typically might. Though still plenty of ace highs you can charge. Exactly Diva's holding.
So one thing to pay attention to here is checking ranges. And Wolfgang Poker, if he's betting the 9 here, what is he checking back with? You know, so the thing to think about later when you're playing against a guy like that is, you know, when he checks, does he have just a checking range that's just complete trash, and you can just attack?
Attack a checking range, yeah, exactly.
Now, obviously, we've only seen a couple of hands here. You know, making a judgment like that is a little extreme, but you know, just something to pay attention to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you got to play balance, people. You got to really think about what you're going to do, not with just the hand you have, but with the hands you could have in all of these scenarios.
Yeah, you gotta be careful against who you're playing with. A player like Triton, for example, will attack any weak checking range he thinks. If someone has a weak checking range, he's going to attack it.
Absolutely. And we've seen him do that many a time. JT in 1968, $10 super chats. Back to normal shenanigans at TCH Live. Love having the stream on while I'm working. Makes it go by faster. Thanks as always. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you as always. In fact, appreciates the super chats.
Oh, we might get a limp raise here by eBay. We'll see.
Let's see what happens. He decided to limp on in with the AK.
Ooh.
Just put it. Oh, there it is. We never know.
Yeah.
We always got to wait with bated breath for eBay to see what, in fact, he actually did.
Huge size.
Huge sizing, and I really don't blame Aaron for just putting in the flat call.
Yeah. Yep. I probably would format, but you know, teach his own.
Right.
Nothing wrong with it. This is live poker. You can pretty much do whatever you want.
Yeah. And what a flop.
Ooh.
What a flop for Mr. Aaron. Goes check. 10 pairs on the turn. Overall better for Aaron, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess the flop should be better for Aaron because he's technically the 3-bet caller. It's really weird to think about whenever someone limp re-raises, but.
And Aaron does not look like a believer, though a lot of overpairs would probably check this flop and then barrel turn once checked back. And shows the ace-king. Aaron says, oh, God. Folded me off the chop, sir.
I want to do that.
I think if that turn was a club, we would have seen Aaron continue 100%. Though, once the 10 pairs, can't love it, sitting there with ace-king.
How's the chat tonight? Are they super judgy, just a little judgy?
Just a little, I mean, they've been pretty tame thus far. Admittedly, they do derail later on in the stream, so, you know, don't speak too soon.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Christopher Hill says, Kyle Z, what do you think of the attack of the river checking range yesterday on ace-queen 5, queen 4 from Trick? If you can pull that one out.
Yeah, you know, I think Trick was having a rough session. I think we can just leave it at that on that one.
I think so, yeah. Oh yeah, that's when he jammed right into Chris's aces full. Yeah, that is rough.
Let's go to the other side. I think Chris played the hand very well.
Yes, I think he did. Yeah, he checked to an aggressive player, and I remember even in the moment, I even said maybe he's got to go for value against most of Trick's range on the river, but If he had done so, Trick probably would have just folded the 4 high, and Chris would be $9,000 short.
To answer the chat specifically, that is why protecting your checking range is important.
Absolutely.
Because, Trick Time was attacking those checking ranges, and apparently he doesn't necessarily know that Chris from Austria, is protecting his checking ranges. So,
right.
You can really, that can really cause you problems if you don't know that and you are attacking opponent's checking ranges for sure.
Indeed. We got an interesting one coming along here. Monotone board. Kieran picked up a open-ended straight flush draw. We saw the 9 of spades fold. The best hand actually fold, and Jason puts it in the raise, wrong color cards, and gets done. Gets the 2 flushes to fold, man. That's awesome. That is insane right there. Says, wake up with a good spade or get out of the hand, sir.
Yeah, I would classify Jason as a feel player.
Feel player?
Yeah,
Okay,
feel player,
fair enough.
for sure. It's all about what he feels like someone is doing in the particular situation, and he goes with it. He really does.
Yeah. And field players are still all over the poker community, man. It's sometimes you just got to go with your guts. And there are times even that I don't think it's always pertinent to rely on your gut feeling, though I also think the other direction a little bit is that, like, sometimes if you have some inkling that makes its way all the way through your head, or some feeling that makes its way through your thought process and manages to come to the forefront of your mind, sometimes it's good to capitalize on that feeling.
Yeah, so I've heard people like Phil Hellmuth, for example, say that the younger generation is actually giving up quite a bit by ignoring that.
Right.
So.
I absolutely would agree. It's like, yeah, you don't want to base your entire strategy off of it. You certainly want to do your due diligence and study, learn the math of the game, learn how to think about your hands in a logical way. Though sometimes you just know. You can just look into the eyes of your opponents, and you know they don't have it. Oh, that hand I was saying earlier was the tens hand. I think you were at the table when it was like one of my first times at 2-5, and there was an ace and a king on board, and I called like a $1,700 river shove with just 2 tens.
Yes, I think I told you that was going to cost you a lot of money in the long run.
Yes, you did, and you would be exactly right. But it.
But you just knew in that moment.
I just knew in that moment.
I got you.
It was. The kid definitely looked like he was very visibly nervous. That was the thing. It was, there are times when live tells are so apparent that you can pick up on something. Let's see who's picked up this board. Just Jeff, 2 kings again. Overpair to the board, wrong color. Bridge Mike, bottom pair, no good. But he's gonna come along. And in fact, put in the raise here in position. Says this board's better for me. Just Jeff, get out. eBay gonna fold. The 9 of hearts in hand.
Probably not the hand I would select for a bluff, but hey, power to you.
Power to you. He blocks bottom set, Kyle.
He does.
He blocks bottom set.
Absolutely.
And I think Just Jeff has a pretty clear-cut call as well, coming right along.
For players watching, when you see a flop like this, you can always kind of think of the other hands that are in your range. So you're going to have a lot of heart draws, for example. You're going to have straight draws. Yeah, they're just better hands to bluff with.
Agreed. But I think if Bridge Mike
okay.
puts in the check, give up, and a queen ball in the end, be interested to see what Jeff does here. I might actually check to induce once again. But he does go for value.
And honestly, Bridge Mike could go with some sort of exploit here. He could say, on this particular board, I think you're c-betting too much. I'm just going to raise you with quite a bit more than I would, and then just give up if you call.
Of course.
I mean, that's an exploitive way to play. That's definitely the way that Bridge Mike has learned and played poker for a number of years, and he makes money.
Yes, he does. Bridge Mike, a crusher in his own right.
Isn't that it? Usually you overrate the hand, but this time you underrated it.
You done a lot of watching vlogs? Have you ever really watched vlogs much?
You know, I'm an old man. I'm 35 years old, and they were vlogs were something that came after my time.
The
So
kiddos are getting there.
yeah. So not too much. I mean, I have. You know, I've seen vlogs. You know, I've watched a few episodes. If I play with a vlogger, for example, I'll watch some of their videos to see how they break down hands.
Sure.
Stuff like that. But not too much. I don't know Wolfgang, but you know, that's no slight to him. I'm just old.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, Rampage recently put out a video discussing his. He's been taking shots lately.
So I did watch that.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. And I gotta say, I respect the hell out of Rampage for putting that out there. It takes a lot of guts, especially for someone as young as him. He's younger than I am. He's 24. And it takes a lot of guts to own up to the fact that you're losing a bunch of money and like to be as open and honest with it, with so many people opening yourself up to so much criticism in an environment like YouTube about something that a lot of people would be very sensitive to, you know?
Absolutely. You know, I alluded to that I lost a lot of money when I first started playing poker.
Right.
And what actually changed it all around was I just decided I was going to be honest with myself.
There you go.
And once you get that honesty with yourself, you can build on top of that. You can learn. You can analyze hands. You have the data to make decisions. You know, being honest with yourself is the first step to winning at poker.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. You can't trick other people if you're tricking yourself. So you really got to do the due diligence. As Wolfgang Poker just going to limp in the ace or the 8-6 of diamonds as eBay.
I love these spots when I'm in
small blinds.
just spots.
Oh yeah, just like, all right, let me just squeeze in the blinds, and I've got like the effective nuts in this kind of formation.
Limp, squeeze.
Limp, and squeeze. J Diggles, $10 super chat. Kyle, what bad things have you done in your life to run so bad? Unrelated, why do you seem to give so much money to JD?
Well, JD and I, let's see, when we were playing much smaller, I won a lot more hands, and now that we're playing much bigger, I've lost those hands. One of the two things have happened, you know, just small sample sizes, or I got hustled. I don't know. One of those two.
One of those two. And what about just the nut low flop for ace king of hearts?
That's not good.
And eBay Dave just leads out and takes down the pot,
Yeah,
baby.
absolutely. You know, if there was ever a flop to donk on,
Yeah,
that's
that's
one of them,
I
baby.
like the donk lead there in that spot.
But JD, you'll be happy to know I told the put you in the desert story. So.
Yes. Yeah, that's funny to me. I love that y'all have that kind of back and forth that goes back many years as well. Todd in the chat says, hey, I sent a couple of emails about finding out possibly getting on the stream. Be down in Texas October 7th through the 11th. Yeah, just be persistent. Cooper gets a lot of emails, so I'm sure he'll get back to you at some point. And make sure to check your spam folder as well. Sometimes people will question and say, hey, why haven't I gotten a response? And Cooper said I responded to them twice. So, you know, just be persistent and double check.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm sure we'll get you in there if we can.
So another thing you can do is, you know, sometimes people cancel on a Wednesday stream,
Yes.
right? So you can if you live around here, you can show up on a Wednesday, play some 2-5, let Cooper know that you're willing to play, and if people cancel, you know, you're right in there. It happens every week.
Happened in November, about a year into it.
Indeed it does.
Tuesday stream, hard to get into.
Yeah, very hard to get into. Yeah, you got to have the roll to get in there.
But this is a great game. I love playing in this Wednesday game.
Yes.
It's basically get to play a little bigger with the people I play with all the time.
Yeah, I wish I could get out there in the streets a little more often. I got to play on Monday, and that was fun. But I just wish I could do more often.
Sure.
Kieran in the hijack opened up 10-8 suited. I think this is fine, and just Jeff defending in the big King Jack. He's going to barrel out here and just get the man to fold. I think this is all pretty fine and standard. This is the power of position, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely helps.
JD said something. He said the desert is a rough place to be.
I don't even want to have the time to do it. The time that I do have to do it,
JD's so fun. Someone in the chat asked him why Trick loves heads-up play against JD and is always coming after JD. And JD said, game recognizing game.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's wrong. Don't think he's wrong.
What does the chat call him an archaeologist? He's an electrical engineer.
No, he is an archaeologist as far as they know. You didn't hear that, chat?
He's right. He's an archaeologist. You're right. Sorry.
He is one of the most renowned archaeologists of North Texas. I don't even know how that started, but somebody said it, and then the joke just just happened.
I'm on board.
I'm on board with
JD the archaeologist.
JD the archaeologist. oh, what it was the he had the amber.
The Jurassic Park looking thing.
Yeah, the amber mosquito or whatever it was for his car protector for a while, and everybody started questioning whether he was an archaeologist, and then we just all ran with it. Jason here in the hijack. 10-8 suited, looking good in the hijack. eBay gonna call the cutoff. And Just Jeff does not squeeze the ace-jack. I think I would have squeezed almost 100% here.
Yep. I don't like calling in the small blind. Not something I do.
Yeah, not something I do really often. I did it once on Monday. Just given the action, it just would seem like the most logical course of action, even playing out of position. Sure. Ended up getting the flop heads up anyway, so I didn't really see the point. There was no money to squeeze. I had ace-6 suited. It's like that hand just benefits most, I think, from just flat calling, controlling the pot size, especially out of position. So I think there are times for it, though not often.
And again, I'll reiterate, this is live poker. You can get away with quite a bit. Just because something isn't quote-unquote correct doesn't mean it's not profitable. Yeah,
absolutely. And the king ball from eBay is going to be good there on the turn. Just Jeff, ace-jack, no good, no gutter in sight, and eBay's going to take down a nice little pot.
People are deep. We need to get the straddles off.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Well, we've had it on there a few times. Come on, Danny, put it out there, buddy. Put it out there for me.
How are you gonna get unstuck, Danny? You gotta lead.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta lead this one.
funny story. A long time ago, back iPhone 5 days, however long that was ago, probably.
Yeah, I noticed Trick does that a lot too. Whenever he's stuck a little bit, he's like very aggressive with the straddles.
Yeah.
Just immediately puts it on.
Sometimes he's successful getting everybody to put it on, other times not.
Yeah.
It really depends on who's in the game.
Absolutely.
Who's in the game and who's winning.
I used to be very anti-straddle, and I have very much changed that that opinion as I've played a lot more, especially at bigger stakes.
Yeah, you don't want to be the only. It's okay to try to start the straddles.
Yes.
You don't want to be the only person straddling the whole game.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's bad.
That's bad.
But to start some straddles and lead by example, try to make the gameplay a little bit bigger, a little bit more fun, I think is perfectly okay.
Absolutely. And just Jeff mixing it up here on the button, though. He's got eBay out-pipped somehow. Jack 5 v Jack 6 in this spot.
Man, this is something. Just Jeff, I could have sworn you were a reasonable man.
Yeah. Is not, and he does flop second pair. Both players do.
This is a good flop for the free better. This would be something that you definitely want to
c-bet on.
Bet $95 on or something. Third pot.
Yeah, and just Jeff. So it's gonna go check once again. Ace on the end. No queen in sight for either player. It's going to go check, and the chop is real now with the ace on the end.
What you doing with that trash?
What you doing with that trash? You play that trash? You 3-bet me with that trash? Come on, bro.
I didn't even remember what I had. I just said, you know what? If I had enough,
it's because he knew he had a pip, sir. He was going to get the max on any jack high flop.
You're doing it somewhere? Oh, okay. I was like, damn. I made it pretty comfortable. It was pretty nice.
I went and bought an iPad. I came out and bought all these other different things. And back then, there probably still is ways, but I had some videos actually. I had some videos for views with kind of like Kickstarter shit about it. And this was a long time ago. Rules have probably changed 12 months. But I would pay for it. I'd get it started.
Karen, ace 9 of spades under the gun. Does let it go. It's certainly not unreasonable. 3-bet happy game. Though, in a game like this, I probably would still open up just about any suited ace, even under the gun. I know theoretically that is a little loose, but
If you,
I'm
yeah,
gonna get in there.
it's all about how often you're getting 3-bet.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Now, if you look at like multi-way solves, you can get an idea of like, this is the tightest I'm going to play. And
Right.
then, in live games, you can just sort of widen that range, right? Because
Yes.
you're just not going to get 3-bet as much. But looks like we got a 3-bet here.
Yeah, just Jeff the tanks. I like the 3-bet here with the raise from the hijack. And eBay Dave, ace 4, off suits. Does not love it. Does put in the fold. And Wolfgang Poker, I think, can go any of 2 ways here between a flat call and a 4-bet.
Yep, for sure.
They are certainly deep enough for him to put in the 4-bet, though he is just going to flat call out of position. I think that's also perfectly reasonable. We are taking this one heads up, just about a pure flip. Queen high board, very dry board texture, just about as dry as it gets. Queen 7 deuce. Tens, I'm surprised to see just Jeff check the tens. He does have showdown value, though. Tens are very often the best hand on this flop, as we are seeing, but he is inducing a bet from Wolfgang Poker. Picks up the nut club draw on the turn. Just Jeff, I think, has a very, very easy defend in this spot. Puts it in. No club in hand either. That's good to see. And the 6 on the end breaks it all for Wolfgang. I think once he's barreled the turn, you kind of got to go for it on the river, representing a queen or better, as just Jeff would really almost never check back a queen in this spot unless he had exactly pocket queens. He is going to go for it. Let's see what size he chose. Just about half pot, I like it. Wouldn't be too crazy to go a little bit bigger. I think if I'm Jeff, I just call off here. Flush draw bricked.
Yeah, he doesn't have a club. You know, that's nice.
Yeah.
You're not blocking the back door.
And he is blocking the straight. Double blocking the straight. Probably one of the best hands to call here with. He does have chips in hand. Oh! That looks like some nervous behavior there from Mr. Wolfgang. Just Jeff staring the man down, trying to get a read.
Got those live reads.
Yes, indeed. Does put it in. Says, good call. I got ace high, sir. Just Jeff, nothing but 2 tanks. Rubbing him for extra good luck, I guess. And he is going to pick it off there from Wolfgang Poker. Certainly don't fault Wolfgang for going for it. I think maybe if he'd sized it up, he might have gotten the job done. Though just Jeff was able to sniff that one out. For the chat, a big game for Wolfgang. Yeah, I think this is one of the bigger games he's probably been in. I've seen some of his vlogs. He's bought in for 2K before, so yes, this is a big game. I don't think this is too outside of his wheelhouse, though.
guys have such a good sound with the chips hitting the table.
I know, right? Yeah, it's it cuts through just about everything else. It really does. Yeah, you see, like you can hear it so clearly. The shotgun mic just picks it all up. And just Jeff going to raise up the ace jack. Aaron going to put in the immediate 3 bets. KQO. But real quick, we got, oh, I thought we had new subs. I'm sorry. Couldn't see the chat from back here.
Here's another 3-bet by Aaron. In the cutoff, again, he might be playing a 3-better full strategy in the cutting.
And just Jeff not flopping the best of it here when he calls out of position. Aaron spiking top pair. Going to barrel out here. Just over half pot.
Is this, in fact, a value-heavy size?
This is, in fact, a value-heavy size, I would say. And just Jeff is not going anywhere, man. He's got second top, as they say. I don't think anyone says that, but as I say.
I like it.
And 10 on the turn. Not a great card for Aaron. Not really a great card for either player, honestly. No. He is now open, and it breaks it on the end. I think we can go for more value once check 2 again. I'd probably go small here. I'd probably go like 200 bucks. Targeting hands exactly like what Jeff's got in his spots. Because I think if he had 2 pair or better, he wouldn't want a weak king to check back too often. He would lead the river, and he's going to show the queen as it goes check on the river. It's going to be good, and Aaron taking down a nice $355 profit.
You shouldn't leave in the middle of the hand, bro. Like you left your button before he active, so you know you're folding over your better hand. So he knows that no one's calling on the button because you looked at your hand and then you left. No, it's not. Yeah,
I haven't changed anything.
yeah, like I raise and you look at your hand, you leave before you react. Now he knows that he has position. You know, it's common sense. You don't know that common sense courtesy, like if you're on the button? No. Do you not know that?
We are moving on to the next one. I want to see a $5,000 pot. What about you, Kyle?
Everybody here will agree with me.
Sorry.
I want to see a $5,000 pot. What about you, Kyle?
Absolutely. Zoned out for a second.
That's okay. No worries. I can't say I haven't zoned out at times in the booth as well. It's,
Right. I'm commenting on the stream. That's what I'm doing.
yes,
All right.
that's right. Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
We're back. And eBay Dave is definitely back under the gun. 2 5s. I guess there's a double straddle on. This is a pretty large sizing here, $85, even if the 20 is on. Just Jeff going to call. KQ. Diva right behind. The nuts. 2 7s.
Maybe we should start fighting. I think LSU is a better football.
It's just a rule. It's just a common courtesy.
Wow, eBay Dave just straight up. There was no straddle on. Just $85 to go. Yeah, that's crazy, man. What a big open size. The old 8.5X classic. Does see 2 callers. Pretty bloated pot already. So SPR is still pretty high. Queen ball. No sweat for just Jeff. He's running pretty good tonight.
I was trying to listen to it. I think there's some drama between Just Jeff and Diva. I'm not exactly sure what was said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I love the drama.
I gotta love the drama at the table.
It can be so boring sometimes. So you gotta find fun in other places.
Of course.
One of those places is watching terrible things happen to other people. Yeah. The other place is the drama.
Of course. Yeah, we ask for the pain here on the stream. I think everybody is aware of that one. eBay Dave going to check this one up. Just Jeff checks it back here. Kind of surprised to see that as well. Jack ball in the end. Just Jeff with the check mark. Got to go for value now for sure.
So we talked about protected checking ranges earlier. Against those are useful against players that are well studied and recognize that your checking range might not be protected. So against players that are less studied, you probably just want to keep going for value.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. It's most people are playing their hand. They're not thinking about yours. They're not thinking about your range or their range versus yours, etc. So typically, for those who are not well studied, as you said, or don't, or like playing for fun recreationally, then you can pretty much barrel off and get max value most of the time. Though, just Jeff got max value here, getting paid off in spectacular fashion. 2 5s from eBay.
Yeah, this is the great thing about poker. Just Jeff, if he was hearing this, could say, actually, I got his specific hand to pay me because I checked the turn. Right? So there's just all kinds of opinion. I love poker.
Poker is so much fun. It's there's a reason why we all love it. There's a reason why there's 840 of you watching now. Appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to TCH Live, coming to you from Dallas. Greg P in the booth, joined by Mr. Kyle Z. I don't even know what the Z stands for. I have known you for a while, and I don't even know what your last name is.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I just don't. It's just Kyle Z.
You know,
Greg P and Kyle Z.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know that I can put the last name out on the internet.
No, that's fair. That's fine. I picked up on that.
It's very long.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
Then we'll stick with Kyle Z. We also got 97 of you tuning in on Twitch. If you haven't already, hit the follow on Twitch, and if you are so inclined, hit the subscribe on Twitch as well. You can put it in for a nice cheap price of $4.99, or if you've got Amazon Prime, you can put in a free follow.
Little trick though here, Greg, at TCH, whenever someone clocks in, just look at their card and then you can immediately Google them. Yeah?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I used to do that quite a lot as a dealer. I would always, read their cards, player cards, just out of curiosity.
Whenever there's some unknown person that sits down in one of our bigger games with a lot of money, I always Google their name.
Oh yeah.
Just put poker after it, see if something comes up.
Yes, of course. Exactly. Always gotta know who you're playing against. Sometimes it's certainly better than not, for sure. Rich Mike, 7-6 offsuit in the hijack. Gonna raise it up. Danny, pretty natural defend. Ace 9. Kieran calling on the button. 6-5 getting a price in position. Jason says, Queen 6, baby. Let's go. I've got it. I don't think eBay Dave's folding now. Certainly coming right along. And Wolfgang Poker now getting just about the best price in the entire world.
See, this is live poker right here.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's not live poker if you don't see the flop 6 ways, damn it. It is essential at some point to play multi-way.
So if people are wondering how you play these spots, the answer is very carefully.
Very carefully. And Bridge Mike actually flops gigantic, even though his hand probably doesn't feel that way. Everybody stone whips his flop. Somehow, Danny with top pair is behind Bridge Mike, who's got a flush draw and a pair and a backdoor straight equity. So that's kind of interesting to see. I think everyone else's equity is being, or Danny's equity in the hand is being cut up by everybody else in the hand.
Oof. Kieran is just betting today. He's just stabbing out there in these multi-way pots.
Taking a stab 6 ways. And I think Danny's the only one that called, man. Yeah, very reasonable. Top pair, best kicker. 7 on the turn. Kieran's still with 6 high and a gutter. Oh, double gutted. Didn't realize. With the 4 as well. Does put in the check. And a jack ball in the end.
Got more free time.
Danny probably going to check once again
How much did you
with the intention of check calling. Does put in the check, giving Kieran all the opportunity he needs to run a little bluff ski.
875
Does give it up though and has shown the bad news. I think if Kieran decided to turn his hand or continue turning his hand into the bluff on the turn and the river, he might have been able to get the job done in that spot. But all things are known in hindsight in this game.
What thing did you have on that hand?
Perfect game of imperfect information. You got to work with it. Got to work with what you got. That's the hardest part of it. So honestly, that's probably the most fun part of the game.
For sure.
Yeah.
Got the straddle on. All right.
Yeah, there it is. Aaron putting it on. He's not afraid. Put the old strudel doodle on.
Can you build a pulley to like wakeboard?
Not big enough. I did not. It's only 1 acre. I wish. You do?
Well, my buddy, not Teak.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he has another buddy that's not Teak. He's a mastercraft. That's what I got.
Yeah, Mastercraft X-Star. Who's your buddy?
Danny's gonna. Well, I was gonna say 3-bet, but I guess this is just an open over limit.
It's a 23.
But good for Danny. It's always nice that you get the good hands whenever the straddle's on. It's
Yes,
that's nice to have
is
whenever the
always
game is double the size.
indeed. Yeah, 2 ladies for Mr. Daniel. Certainly a ladies' man. Raises it up over.
And I promise you, Diva limping here is not going away for $60.
No, he is not. Yeah, I saw him 8x open. Go with 2 5s. So I would say it's a pretty good bet that he's. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up players here. Yeah, I would say he's probably not going anywhere with the ace 4. And Wolfgang Poker in the big blind.
I don't think he called.
I don't think he did. No, he sure didn't. Good thing he didn't either.
So typically on these monotone boards, you're actually supposed to bet small win bet. You're supposed to bet anywhere from 15 to 25% pot.
Yeah, that makes
Not
sense. to
with
me.
your entire range either. It's really
Right.
weird whenever you work with this hauler.
Yeah, monotone boards are interesting board textures. And Danny does go for close to what you said, just under third pot. And he's going to just take it down right now.
Thank you, Taylor P. I will think about wearing sunglasses the next time I play because eye tells.
Eye tells, yes.
Honestly, Taylor, with the amount of weight I put on the last year, you can barely see my eyes, especially when I smile, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Taylor P., one of the better players in Dallas that no one has ever seen, is in the chat.
Yes. Come on out to Texas Card House Dallas, Taylor. Show us what you got.
He's shy. He's playing those big private games.
Yes, of course. The underground scene. Diva going to raise it up, ace 4. Trying again with the ace 4. Going for the raise this time, no double straddle on.
So they gave me some free lessons. And man, it's been on ever since then. I thought there was no...
Can you go to Rockwall?
So I keep it on Rockwall. I used to have it on Lake Lewisville. I used to keep it on Lake Lewisville. Now I keep it on Rockwall and Ray Hubbard.
So do you have a slip there?
Yeah. Ray Hubbard
Hydro lift or anything? Oh, wow.
Let's see a monotone board. See
Yeah,
what
give me
happens,
3 hearts once again, Miss Cherie. Put it out there one time for me, please. We have had a 3-way flush over flush.
It's
over
really
flush
hard
before.
when everyone has all these hearts. But
Yeah, it sure is. Hey, there's a heart on board.
there is a chance.
There is a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Kieran's got a gutter and backdoor hearts.
And Jason has a 10.
Top pair.
He's not going to go anywhere if Kieran bets.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. Top pair and backdoor hearts. And in fact, he is checked 2. Going to put out the barrel here.
So generally with a top pair and a weaker kicker, you can put that in your check back range. But with a pair of 10s, they're very vulnerable. So betting here makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And especially multi-way, there's a lot of hands you just don't want to give free card too. You know, a queen peels on the turn, you just have no idea where you're at now. So I like his decision to bet even multi-way. And king ball on the turn. Kieran now once again double gutted. I think if Jason puts in the bet here, I think Kieran can pretty profitably check raise, potentially. Maybe not. Nah. Let's go check, check. And a 9 on the end. Kieran a pair, though it's not the one he wanted.
I don't think Jason is going to go thin if Kieran checks, but who knows?
Yeah, we might see him go for it. He's got kicker problems. I think if he had like 10-9 or Jack-10, he'd probably go for another thin value. Though you gotta wonder what you're gonna get called by that you beat.
It's like a 7.
A 7, but is a 7 really gonna call you? Probably not. Kieran says Jack high. Jason gonna show the 10. It is good, and he's gonna drag this one over his way.
You can get on. Easy. You can do it 100 times in a row. That's skills. I can't get off. Oh yeah, that's right. It's not hard. Let me tell you what to do. So you know, like when you're
Johnny says, why don't we have automatic shuffling machines? First of all, if you've ever seen J-Nick at the table, you know why we don't even need them, because the man is too damn fast. But shuffling machines are expensive. They are very finicky. They break down. A hand shuffling dealer does not break down, at least not in the way you might expect. And it is just overall much more reliable. And less expensive, for being honest.
Yeah, definitely couldn't do it on the live stream.
Yeah, no,
they
definitely
break
not.
the cards.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
RFID cards.
That's the other thing is we are using special cards here, RFID, radio frequency identification cards, and they are a lot thicker, a little more tough, and a little more unwieldy. They often don't even fit into a shuffling machine, and a shuffling machine would just rip them apart. So
Yeah, they break easy for sure.
yeah, they really do. If you peel them too hard, or really anything, if you bend them at all, they're just useless at that point. So
Yeah, the way I stand on my cards, I don't even bend them. It's like you just kind of stand them up. You know?
Stand them up from the back of the card. You don't peel the whole front half. Yeah, I look at them from the side typically, so.
That makes sense.
my kids have trouble too. My kids can jump away and they're young.
Well, this game, you know, everyone's VPIP is pretty high. Everyone's raising percentage is actually pretty high. So
Yeah.
people haven't been shy about putting in money on pre-flop and on the flop, but I'd just like to see more turn and river barrels here.
I'd like to see that from just about everybody in poker, honestly.
It'd make the game fun, huh?
Yeah, it sure would. And most people usually, there's always a street they tend to give up on. If it's not pre-flop, it's the flop. If they make it to the flop and get resistance, they don't go for it on the turn. And the river is, all, as you said earlier, so under bluff that you can pretty confidently fold to river jams more often than not, unless you're faced against a pretty competent player.
So we got a 3-bet hijack with queen 10 offsuit.
eBay going for it. Huge 3-bet, man. This is like almost 5x. And I don't think Danny's going anywhere. Not calling chips in hand. He is certainly deep enough against an action player like eBay that he can play out of position. He does, in fact, have him dominated. How about a queen? How about no sweat? How about just a 3-outer from Mr. eBay? No club in sight either. Danny, I think, has the easiest check fold of his life. And eBay gonna drag another one, man. He's on the up and up on this game. So he's known around Dallas, huh? Man, I like that shirt that he's got on.
Yeah, before,
interesting.
you know, I moved here in 2016. I heard eBay Dave played very, very big.
Right.
Before I got here.
Oh, before you got here. Yep. So did you play a lot around the DC area?
Yeah, I mostly, you know, I lived in Ashburn mostly, so I mostly played actually in a casino that was in West Virginia in Charlestown because it was closer.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But yeah, I played in Maryland Live quite a bit and moved right before MGM opened.
Ah, I see.
And then when I was in college, I played in some underground games when DC didn't have poker, and that was probably the dumbest thing I've ever done.
Right.
You know, these were actual games that got robbed quite a bit.
Oh, no, yeah. Rough stuff. Yeah.
Raising a 50 here. All right.
Yeah, the
5X.
5X, man. That is a different sizing that Jason has used than any other hand, so that might be a little bit of a sizing tell for some players that are paying attention.
Yep. But again, going the other way, if you have people that aren't paying attention, you're just getting paid more money.
Get more money in the middle with a better hand.
Just an exploit at that point, Berkey would be proud.
Absolutely, yes, he would. And Diva's going to defend with Jack 10 out of the small blind. I don't think this is unreasonable. And what a flop. What a flop indeed. Diva, the board or the graphics did not catch up correctly. There is a Jack of clubs out there instead of the 8 of diamonds. Does check all the way around, looks like. Diva's got top 2, at least on the flop. Maintains it on the turn. Now going to lead out into 2 opponents.
I don't mind Jason's check.
I don't either. Oh, no, not at all. Not on that board. You get check raised so often on that board, it just hurts. Or do you get raised behind, it hurts.
On some boards that are really bad for you, it's completely okay to check your entire range.
Yes, yeah, no kidding. And I definitely still like his call on the turn, though neither player is exactly happy to see that card. Any club is going to take it down.
Mic is a little low, eh, Jason? All right, we'll bring it a little closer. Or I'll just talk a little bit louder, I don't know.
Both things will certainly help, I'm sure. And Jason shows the ladies be dismayed at my bad luck players as my ladies got cracked. And Diva going to take down a nice little pot.
Let me ask you something. Do you guys have the ability to change what stats are actually shown as an in-between hands?
To be entirely honest, I'm certain we probably do, but I control none of those things. So,
you know, I think some more interesting stats would be take away the aggression frequency, because that's too.
Most people don't really.
It's too aggregated anyway.
Yeah.
And maybe like show like 3-bet and 4-bet stats or something. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
That'd be kind of fun to see.
Might be a good idea. No, I agree. And yeah, we get the most questions about what exactly it means that the aggression frequency.
Yep.
So I think that's the one that's the most aloof to a lot of our viewers. So yeah, maybe like a 4-bet, 3-bet percentage might be better. Taylor P, $4.99 super chat. Kyle Z, what's your poker hourly win rate? Please don't ignore, appreciate the transparency. What's your win rate, Kyle?
Let's see here. I have lived a life dealing with small things, and I'm very used to it. How's that, Taylor?
Yeah. I love that answer so much. Oh my gosh. Jason, ace 8 diamonds under the gun. He's going to open it up and immediately get 3-bet by eBay. And that is just awesome. 10-4 of diamonds. And Diva folding 2 more diamonds. What is happening here? So many diamonds in play. Danny, the KQ, folded so fast. Looked like he was thinking about it. Nope, gone. Instant. Yeah, versus an under the gun, open end, a +1 3-bet. Yeah, probably just going to fold pretty often. And Kieran, ace king, just cold calls. No. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, there are black chips out there. No.
Yeah.
Cold 4-bets. The AK in the 3rd blind.
In general, people do not cold 4-bet enough in live poker.
Agreed.
They don't realize what spots you can actually cold 4-bet something like King Queen suited or Queen Jack suited or something like that.
Absolutely. I was going to say Danny might have been thinking about doing just that. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, I don't blame Danny and his spot. He had like King Queen offsuit or something like that. So I don't blame that at all. And also you got to pay attention to where the 3-bet was, where the open was. You know, that changes what kind of cold 4-betting range you can have.
Absolutely. And we do see 2 very quick folds there as Kieran's line is pretty strong. And Diva 3-bet pretty light. So he is going to let that go very quickly, especially once seeing that the ace-8 of diamonds were then exposed.
Yeah, eBay says, I'm a legend, I'm not a god.
I'm a legend, I'm not a god. I love that. Jonathan Keating just subscribed. Thanks so much on YouTube. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it, John. Thanks for the follow, Shade7 on Twitch. Almost missed you. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the love we get here, TCH Live in Dallas.
The light goal should be 420. You would be very at home here at TCH.
You certainly would. 420 sounds like a good number to me. I like the light goal 420. At least for, how about light goal 420 by 10 o'clock? I think that's reasonable. We can go bigger than that for the whole cross stream. Aaron with the AQ. Spade variety, gonna raise it up. Getting immediately 3-bet by Diva. Out pipping him. And eBay. Cold call in the straddle with the code jack.
Thank you.
And Aaron with a very slow, deliberate call. Comes right along.
Yeah, Aaron has that sort of robotic thing going on. He doesn't want to give off details.
A little bit, yeah. He's very deliberate with his movements most of the time.
Fits his personality too. I believe
Yeah.
he's an accountant.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Okay. I've never actually asked him about what he did. He's been here so much, like, because I know he's not from here.
Yeah.
But he's here. He's at TCH every day. So I'm just like always curious to know what these guys do, where they can take time off away from work, or if they're doing anything else at all.
Sure.
But it is not accountant season right now, I think. So who knows? Got a lot of free time on his hands. And Diva is going to bet out here. Two opponents, Ace King, and eBay. Nothing but a stone gutter. And King High, though it's no good, is coming along. Checks it over to Diva. eBay needs a jack or a queen only. I think I would check back here pretty often as Diva.
Makes the river easier to play.
Yes, indeed. And a Dewey on the end.
And you just get to realize.
Yes, you do. And you say Ace High is too strong in this spot to turn into a bluff.
That's what we were talking about earlier. People don't bluff rivers a lot, so you get to realize something like case game.
Yes, you do. And it is going to be good. Nice, sizable pot sliding over his way. He's going to take this one down.
See, I hope Diva wins about 1,000 more, because then I think that'll shake off the I'm playing on the live stream kind of feeling.
Right.
And then
yes.
he'll get to start playing how he normally does.
Start opening up a little bit. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking sitting down for the first time on the big game. You know, all the cameras and lights and everything else. It's certainly not your standard poker game with all the extra stuff going on.
And just so you know, Chad, it really hurts our feelings whenever he calls fish, okay?
Yeah.
Gosh.
So stop calling them fish, all right? Kyle Z's fragile. He's got delicate sensibilities.
I try not to read the chat, but I just read it every time.
Yeah, you guys are mean sometimes, all right?
Who knew that the internet was kind of mean?
Yeah, who knew? Who knew that if you put an impenetrable wall in front of people, they just turn into different people altogether?
I have to say, I have to give out a shout out to the person that said I looked like the World of Warcraft guy off of South Park.
I love it.
That was the best. that was the best insult you could possibly come up with.
That is funny. White Boy says, is this live? Yes, indeed it is. Coming to you live from Dallas, Texas. We are on a 15-minute delay. These guys are playing about 20 feet away from us. Around the corner outside of the booth. On the big game, big table. JD, Kyle Z's not a fish, definitely a whale.
Yeah, well. You want to, like I've said before, when I first started playing poker, I thought that the whales were the suckers, and then I realized it was the grinders that were the suckers.
Right.
It just, as you get older, your perspective changes. So you want to be the whale in life. You don't want to be the grinder. You want to be the whale.
No, you don't.
You want to be the guy that dumps a bunch of money and gets in your McLaren and leaves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the guy you definitely want to be.
Not that I have a McLaren, I have a Prius, but I'm just saying.
I might as well just check. I check.
Jason opens up the ace-3. Pretty standard. I probably would have gone a little larger here.
Yeah. Yeah, I like, it's fine 3x in the small blind, but I like, personally I like 4xing whenever I just open.
I agree, and eBay's going to flop open-ended, put out a bet, and just take this one down with nothing but 10 high.
eBay Dave with that 50% VPIP, man. I'm getting in there.
It's yours and Moneymaker's last day.
You staying here?
What?
Is he here today?
I don't know. No. Are you going home after this, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna go home. I'm like way behind on other parts of my life that I need.
Yeah, like partying.
What do you mean, Danny? All you do is play poker all day.
No.
No. He's actually he's working on. He does stuff in coding. I don't really know much more beyond that. To be
A
entirely
fellow
honest with
IT
you.
guy, me and Danny nerd out all the time.
Oh, do you?
So, oh, yeah.
That's awesome. That's right. You're in IT as well.
Yeah,
Forgot
everyone
about
at the
that.
table, their eyes glaze over, and we're
Yeah.
just,
And
we
then you
just
are
keep
just
talking. We don't care.
As happy as pigs in mud.
All right.
Finally, another one. Found one. eBay, man, just 3-betting. Oh wait,
I think
no,
it's
no.
just a big open.
Yeah, it is. There were 2 limps behind. eBay gonna raise. Can we get a new dealer? Ouch. Cherie's awesome. What are you talking about? And Aaron gonna 3-bet the 8s here. I love it.
From here?
That is true. I can confirm that JD does owe Taylor P $530. Can confirm.
Playing here the next couple
Got to
days?
keep the credit right in poker. You know, got to keep that credit score.
I would go out, man, but I got a flight tomorrow and I got a lot of stuff I got to take care
Oh
of.
yeah, Danny's going out to Vegas. Oh, but eBay flopped a set, bro. Flop and middle set on a king high board. What better feeling is there?
So we haven't seen Aaron down bet, so it'll be interesting to see what size he goes with here.
Agreed. He does not go for the down bet.
Yeah, like
Oh, wait,
40,
yes, he
40,
does.
40% pot.
Slight down bet.
Interesting.
JD says life goals be the whale.
Yeah.
Haven't you gotten there, JD? Get to have the most fun and can always find a game. Hashtag someday.
I think he check raise. Just haven't made it to the graphics yet. Yep.
Yes, indeed. Check raise gigantic here.
And Aaron's done.
And Aaron is probably done as he blocks a lot of the best bluffing hands.
This is actually a good time to talk about. It's very important to have a systematic way of playing for
Yes.
these spots right here, so you don't just say, "Oh, this is against the whale,"
Oh, and Aaron ships it, dude.
and because of that, I'm gonna do this.
Oh my God, Aaron ships it.
He hasn't called. I don't know. Oh, he did
yeah,
call.
he
Okay.
called.
He's a verbal guy.
Yeah, he's a
eBay
verbal
Dave's a
guy.
verbal
Oh my God, and Aaron's
So
stone dead today.
exactly what I was saying.
Wow.
It's very important to have that systematic way of playing because sometimes it can just make you do crazy things if you get too much into the feels. you know?
Yes. Oh my God.
Rest in peace, Eric. It's all right. The man
It's okay.
has won a ton of money at poker.
Yes, he has.
He can afford to lose the fight.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, respect for Aaron for having the heart.
Yeah, I know. It's like not many people are going to make that play.
Yeah.
You know, the board was very draw heavy, though he does have very relevant blockers to draws that he might want his opponent to have in that spot. But he shipped it in, said, "Wake up with it or fold." Just so happens that eBay did wake up with it in that spot. I love the hard Aaron, but unfortunately that was not the spot this time, buddy. But I'm sure you'll get it back one way or another.
I believe this game is going to take off now.
Yes, yeah, I would certainly say so. Somebody's already now gotten stacked for 5K. We're going to see more money put on the table. eBay's probably going to start going crazy, or at least I hope so. And I'm sure Aaron wants to get some of his money back. Can't do that by folding, so we might see him in the middle just a little bit more.
Yeah, and you see that pouch? Look at all that money.
Yeah, I
Look at
know.
that.
Look at the brick he just popped on the table. He ain't afraid.
Yeah, that pouch isn't a fashion statement apparently.
What a hand. What a hand there.
It's,
Pocket eights, man. I like the 3-bet pre-man. He was, you know, really opening up the range, attacking an action player there in position. I don't fault it at all.
Sure.
And that board was certainly better overall for his range.
There's spades on board, right?
Spades on board, yes.
You know, again with this systematic way of playing, you know, if you are going to jam there, it's a lot better to jam with a flush draw, right? I mean,
Agreed.
like, you know, there are just better hands to jam with. But, you know, Aaron went with his gut. He made a decision. He put all the money out there, you know, power to him.
Power to him, absolutely. Most people might not make plays, might not be willing to make plays like that, even though he ran into it this time. Sometimes it might get done. Might get a worse king to fold or deny a bunch of equity from like an ace, high X, spade draw. You never know.
And honestly, before this, I had pegged Aaron playing with him in the past as someone that just wouldn't do something like that. So, you know, shows how much I know.
Absolutely.
He's probably bluffed me in some spots.
It's tournament check.
Yeah,
Aaron's going to slow play the ace here. Just Jeff will come up blind on the flop.
I think he's done.
Yeah, I think he's done too. Did not improve whatsoever. Jack would have been spicy on the river. Aaron now going to put out $300. Overbet says, I want you to call with anything. And Aaron is going to take this one down.
What do you think about that overbet bluff JD made against two people? Yes,
That was insane. I thought Zane for sure was just going to snap it off, though he did not, and he folded the ace queen. But that bluff was something, man. That was. I'm sure JD had his reasons, and he is here in the chat. He can tell us if he so chooses. Though I thought it was admittedly a little ambitious.
Yeah.
But that
I told him I've never seen
opinion.
G-Man do it against two people.
Right,
So,
exactly.
So I don't know that that's a thing, JD. But hey, you know,
man.
what do I know? The man
He
wins all
got
kinds
the
of
he got the folds, and you know what? That's all that matters. Results speak for themselves, right, JD? He knows I'm right.
Someone in the chat asked me how I dealt with losing with the aces yesterday. The answer is I just went home and went to bed.
Yep.
I'm going to come back next week.
Exactly. Kyle Z's been around the block a few times. He's taken his fair share of beats, I'm sure. And it never gets easy, but it does get easier. So it is. You know, once you take beat after beats, it starts not to matter. As long as you play your game in the long run, the money will come. eBay Dave, 3-betting here. I think he's got any too. he could have 7-4 of spades here.
See, I'm telling you, man. We'll see what he's 3-betting with, but I think his game's opening up now.
Yeah, I'd say so. He's got a stack to play with.
That's going to cause everybody else to play looser. Yep, King 6 of diamonds.
King 6 of diamonds. No help on the flop. Jack on the turn. Kieran probably likes this flop. The turn could be a question to him, though. Once check 2, eBay Dave's not going anywhere. I think Kieran can actually call here pretty profitably. Even with the Jack peeling. Call once and see what develops on the river. Call. Get in there, Kieran, buddy. Show me the river dealer. Ace. Horrible card for Mr. Kieran. Brings in the front door flush draw as well. That may incite eBay to check give up, though I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, when the flop went check, I don't blame Karen for check calling here.
Yeah,
Makes
absolutely.
sense,
But
again, think about where you are in your range.
whoa! And eBay checks it back, man. He says, it's one hand. I certainly could have gotten a fold on the ace of hearts, though did not go for it. And Kieran, looking him up light, man, gonna take it down. That's why you can't fold in these spots, otherwise you're probably too exploitable.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about, players tend to bluff more on the flop and the turn, and then they bluff less on the river. So Karen just called that bet and then realized on that. Very well.
Yeah, there was something that Andrew Brokus, he's the one of the founders of Thinking Poker Podcast, and he's my coach, and he says this often. He says, don't fold to bets that people haven't made yet. And so that, I think, is a really prime example of exactly what Andrew's trying to convey with that concept is don't, if you know, like, yes, if you call this bet and face a river bet, you're probably going to have to fold more often than not, but you don't know if they're going to bet. Just got to put in the chip sometimes. Grip it and rip it, as they say. And
for the record, JD in the chat said he was better than G-Man, so I just want to get that.
oh, okay. JD, buddy, we're working on trying to get him out here, so you might just get to put your money where your mouth is.
There is actually an episode of Live the Bike where JD plays against G-Man.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, I might have to go find that one.
Yep. Off stream, JD tries the double check raise bluff against Andy, and Andy tank calls.
Tank calls.
Almost folded.
Almost folded. Man, JD up there with the best of them. Let's see, bit of a nothing burger flop. Aaron's got the ace of clubs, picks up top pair on the turn. Certainly got to go for some value / protection, etc. And eBay Dave, baby.
I mean, he's playing with other people's money, so what does he care?
Oh, he's open-ended. I didn't realize exactly.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Sorry,
He's got
about
the
that, buddy.
eights. That's fine. It's fine.
And when the queen comes, he has the king as well.
Absolutely. So he's open-ended to the 6-card straight, the uber nuts. And Aaron, once he gets that brick of a river, certainly going to go for more value, like the size here. 200, and eBay just going to let her go. Nothing to be done there. Aaron's sucking out, man. Multi-way. Daniel Farid says, Kyle, how do you stay on top of your game? Do you study or have a mentor?
Well, the answer is I've been very lazy the last 2 years, so I haven't been. And that's the honest truth. I've been very lazy.
Hey, man. I don't blame you. For real.
Just coasting,
Yeah, just coasting. It's fine.
It's not a good thing to do. You should always be studying.
Yeah, you really should. If you want to keep an edge in the game, you have to study. Joe Wong Kim put in the sub. What did I say? Joe Wong Jim Coke puts in the sub there on YouTube. So thank you very much. Taylor B says, is it true that Kyle coaches JD? Sure. I'm shipping. I'm down to support that. I bet he does. JD needs the help, right?
If you think back to when you were a kid and you were hanging out with your friends in like a creek or something, I was the kid that always said, guys, we're going to get in trouble. All right, so maybe that's what I do to JD. I was like, maybe you shouldn't do that.
Maybe you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Buddy. JD says, no, I'm diving in, sir. I'm going to break that window or whatever. Smoking Scratcher says, what pocket pair flops the most sets?
For me, tens.
Tens?
Yeah,
Really?
tens for me.
Yeah, I like sevens.
Yeah,
I like sevens. Someone in the chat agreed.
I have this ridiculous confidence with tens.
Yeah,
I really do.
I know I'm going to flop.
And it's that confirmation bias thing, right?
Of course.
I know I'm going to flop a set.
Strongest force in the universe is confirmation bias. And can change the minds of men all day.
All right, let's see a limp re-raise with ace-5 offsuit
I want
eBay.
to see
Let's do it, buddy.
eBay, put it in, my man. Just you have 2 8s in the cutty. Aaron ace jack on the button. I would 3-bet this all day.
All day.
All day with
Now,
the AJ.
so there is like sort of a live pro philosophy to this, that you don't want to get certain people out of the pot by 3-betting.
That's also true.
I don't subscribe to it, but a lot of people do believe stuff like that. Tommy berates me all the time in a friendly way.
Yeah.
For 3-betting certain people out of pots.
I mean, it's one thing if you 3-bet to isolate that person.
Yeah.
But it's a different story when it's multi-way already, and then yeah, it's yeah, I agree with you overall. Aaron picks up open-ended. Just Jeff's got the best of it, though he can't be loving it. Aaron's got one of his outs. Oh, he's got double gutted actually for just Jeff.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how the river plays out.
Yeah, very interesting.
Let's get a brick.
Oh, that's not a brick at all. Oh, yeah. Front door flush comes in. River set. We've had so many river sets in the past week.
Really?
Yeah, we've had a lot. So Aaron double checks his card, says, do I have a straight? I do. Though the flush did come in. Oh, this is going to be so interesting. It's probably just going to go bet call, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's probably the most likely result.
A brick river would have been so
Whoa, look at
so
that.
interesting.
Look at that bet. It's so cute. It's adorable. And no way. It's just Jeff. Yeah, I think Aaron just made it way too cheap, but I think Aaron could have bet $150 and $200 and still gotten called there.
Yeah.
That is that was quite a river card indeed.
Generally, when people try to induce a block bet, they're out of position.
Yes, typically. Yeah, that happened to me on Monday where I actually had the betting lead and I was in position. And then I got block bet on the river and I was very confused. I was just like, I think you have a, top pair on the flop all day here. And then I just with stone air, just raised him and he just had to fold. So, block bets are interesting. They're very, very useful if utilized correctly.
I'd appreciate if we could order up better hands for my boy Jason.
Yeah, Jason, I know.
See him get in there.
Hey, he's had the ladies.
That's true.
He's had the ladies, and he's had some Broadways, but certainly card dead. It's got to happen to everybody eventually. Sometimes it happens to the whole table at one time, and that makes my job real fun. Wolfgang Poker getting in the middle. Ace-9 of clubs, airing in a flat call, Queen-Jack. And how about an ace on the flop for both eBay and Wolfgang? He's got the best of it for the 9 kicker. Puts in the check here. I think multi-way pretty mandatorily. Got to go for a bet. Does check all the way around. And that's a card you don't want to see ever on the turn. eBay picks up a flush draw. Certainly going to bet this one out. Wolfgang, show me what you got. Well, let's put in the call here. The 4 on the end. Wolfgang still got the best of it. If eBay double barrels here, I wonder if Wolfgang can find call. I think given that eBay limp called pre-flop, he probably has the most flushes here. As he could have, 6-4 suited or whatever. 9-5 suited. Does go check, check. Not surprised by that result either. And Wolfgang going to take down nice pots. He hasn't had one, I don't think, all night, or at least in a while. Play the Powerball, Kyle? No. People in the chat talking about the Powerball being at like 500 million or something absurd.
There is an individual in the room that used to be an actuary.
Oh, really?
One time, he, they had a pool in his office where they all pulled together for Powerball tickets, and he calculated that it was more likely that one of them would die before the Powerball was drawn than one of them actually hit the lottery.
Actually winning, yeah, no, exactly.
A little morbid, but funny.
Yeah, the odds for something like that are just so astronomically not in your favor.
String mountain gets
But, you know, everyone, you know, it's got to be someone. Why not me,
yeah,
right?
I hear you. You know, nothing,
Why
nothing
not?
wrong.
I'll put my $5 down or whatever it is.
Might I suggest, though, if you play the Powerball every week, index funds instead.
Yes,
I'm just going to throw that out there,
just
guys.
throw that out there.
Yeah.
Or, you know, invest in CDs or
something.
something better. eBay going to fold the Doyle. And we are going heads up here. Jason v. Diva. And what a whiff. Both players. Jason's got the only heart in hand. Plenty of heart behind it, as we've seen. Though Diva's got it this time. Barrels the queen 9, and whoa, Jason.
There we go.
Jason putting in the call. A lot of turn cards he can bluff on. That's not one of them.
Yeah, out of position float from Jason. We'll see what plans he has here.
Be very interested to see what plans that he has here.
Yeah.
Diva.
I'm not sure if he was looking to just pick up equity or. Oh, okay. He just folded when he touched the chips.
I love that so much. Whenever people fold right when you grab chips, it's like, all right, I'm just going to start touching my chips.
Yep.
And we'll see what you do as a result there, player. Though, yeah, he says, why did I float that flop? That ace was absolutely coming all day.
I think Jason's just getting a little bored.
Yeah, that's also very possible. Sometimes this game is boring. That is something that you very consistently have to fight as a poker player at the table. Fight the boredom. It is part of the game.
The suggestion I have to people is get to know the people that you're playing with and have like real fun conversations.
Yes. No,
That's the
absolutely.
best thing to do to cure that boredom.
Agreed. Don't be a stoic.
But you said 50.
Yeah, don't sit there and don't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
It's not going to be fun for you or anybody else.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, some people have rules, you know, unspoken rules where, like, they don't give action to people that are just, you know, chilling at the table doing nothing, so you might be doing yourself a disservice just in that sense, where you might be an action player at the table, and if you don't respond when spoken to or don't engage in any of the chats or anything like that, then they just may not give you money.
Okay. Are you guys ready to know?
I'd like to see a polar 3-bet from eBay Dave here.
Also
Big size, like 5x.
would as well.
Yeah.
There it is.
Not quite the size we wanted, but he definitely put it in.
He heard us, but maybe not all of it. You know, gave a telephone and all that.
Who's that, Amber? Who's in the box?
Yes, that is Miss Amber. Amber is great.
Oh, what a flop.
What a flop
Although
indeed.
Bridge Mike doesn't have anything, so.
Well, he's got a second pair backdoor hard draw. Might be good enough. You never
Oh,
know.
yeah, I missed that. He does have pair sevens.
Yes, he does.
Oh.
Immediately gets spicy with it. I think if he's going to continue with this hand, I do kind of like a raise here sometimes.
Yeah.
And a tray on the turn, just as bricky as it gets. eBay's check 2, Bridge Mike. Ooh, checks it back. Does have the best hand. 9 on the end. Giving eBay 6 high flush. Gonna barrel out now. This action, I think Mike has a very, very easy fold. Shows it and lets it go. Shows it and lets it go. What's your philosophy on showing cards, Kyle? I've never seen you show a card in your life.
Generally you don't show. However, if I do get called, I immediately turn over my hand. So if I'm bluffing and someone pays for it, they get to see my hand. I don't play the whole you got it game.
You got it,
You
right?
know, I just speed up the game, turn over the hand, and see if I hit or whatever.
Absolutely, it's the rules. You know, it's just the rules.
Yeah.
On top of that, and there's that little moment where you turn over your hand.
Yes.
They misread it, and then they fold.
It's only happened to me twice in my life, but that's at least $2,000 or $3,000 that I have because someone has misread a hand. It's usually a very negative person that always thinks that they're getting drawn out on.
Lose. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I had it happen to me recently, actually. I mean, it was in a PLO bomb pot, so it was a little more understandable. So many cards in play. I got called after potting it on the river, and someone thought I had a flush and folded a chop, and I gave him a little bit of rebates back. You know, I didn't give him the full pot back. I'm not doing that. But it is everyone's responsibility to read their own cards. But I like the guy, so I
Sure.
tossed him a black chip just to be nice.
I'm not going to get super technical on anybody. If someone like folded their hand right in front of them,
right,
and they can pull it back or something, yeah, I don't care. They can still turn it over. It's fine.
Same. I'm of the same opinion.
You know, and that just goes back to you should always play poker. You should always play a limit where if you lose your entire stack, you can laugh about it. If you can't do that, then you're playing too high.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
However,
Bankroll management.
if everybody did that in poker, we'd have no games.
We'd
But you
have
know,
no games. You're exactly right. If everybody played responsible poker, poker would suck.
Alright, you're 10 here.
So,
Almost 4 bet.
shout out to everybody who doesn't, I guess.
Because you knew that I could tell.
Ooh, there we go.
there you are.
Mr. Mikey's got the birds. Puts in the raise. Say it's good enough for a raise. Jason, let's go. Defends his button to 9-6. Talk to Jason too much.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah. No, for everything that I've gathered so far, he seems like a likable guy. Just Jeff says, I've got $10 invested. I've got 2 suited cards that kind of touch. Let's go, baby. Maybe. Yeah, there it is. Get in there, Jeff. Crack them birds with the 6-3 odds, please. Please, so much. I want that to happen more than anything. That ain't gonna happen. As Bridge Mike flops top set for sure. And I think he's just gonna take this one down. No contest. Jason does have a hand he could float with potentially some portion of the time. And this portion of the time is, in fact, when he will. Just Jeff says, why in the world did I call? With 6-3. Front door clubs come in. Bridge Mike can't love it, though I like his decision to still go for more value. Jason did not pick up anything he wanted to see on the turn. Is going to have to let go of the 9-6.
You want to see smaller clips? You mind if I sell them?
Do some quick calculating and chip swapping. Jason needs some smaller chips to play with.
Only Danny who lost 12 days queen suit and get ace
Aaron
I have done
dismayed
that
at his luck. Oh, it appears they do have the stream on in the background. They're watching the hands going on 15 minutes prior. Always a fun dynamic we like to add. eBay Dave, 2 suited cards on the button. I don't think the man's folding. Does not, in fact. Just Jeff. Let's go with 5-3. I guess that's the cutoff. 6-3, good enough. 5-3, not so much. Aaron puts in the 3-bet. Ace-10, I like it. Very quick call from eBay Dave. Dominated spades. One spade on the flop, though. Aaron flops the best of it by an absolute mile here. Is going to bet it out here. I like the down bet. He down bets sometimes there, Kyle.
Oh, there we go.
Every now and again.
There we
And
go.
He's getting a call from eBay Dave. Nothing but 8 high and a dream. Drawing stone utter dead on this turn card.
No, why?
Aaron, I think, has get another pretty easy double barrel in this spot.
Different shape.
I thought it was this shit. Lay off you, bro.
How many dealers do we need here? Or?
No,
It's fine. He said it in a nice way. I do
no,
appreciate
I
it.
thought the turn was out. She pulled
1 dealer per table, please.
You never know. That's 300 and a fold.
Mike has already folded before the camera gets to him. It's always funny to see the moments when players act so quickly that the camera gets to them after they've acted. Like, for instance, the other night, last Tuesday, the DQ game is the DQ game. Trick time snap called so fast when DQ shoved that it just like cuts back to him, and he's just got chips in the middle already. It's just stone-faced and already chips in the middle. So funny.
Yeah, not the best for the stream, but I love Texas poker. That people tend to play fast here.
Yes.
It's nice.
Yes, they do. It's
You know,
very nice.
I play at the Bellagio, and it seems like when I play there, like 5-10 in the 10-20 game, it seems like people care more about how they look than actually playing the game.
Right.
Like they want people to know they're thinking about a hand,
Sure.
rather than actually thinking about a hand. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, agreed. The overtanking is the biggest crime in the game of poker,
It really is.
in my
It's
opinion.
not fun for anybody.
Exactly.
Not even the tank.
Yeah, exactly. It's not fun for the tanker. All you're doing is, filling dead time. Everybody's getting less hands. And I'm also very surprised to see Wolfgang Poker fold the 6-5 on the button. I think he had a pretty good opportunity to either call or squeeze as well. Especially given
would have played well multi-way, just calling it.
Yeah.
Was it a 6-5 suited?
6-5 diamonds. Yeah, he in fact had the best of it with the 2 players behind.
Like we talked about, especially in a rake free game, you want flats on the button.
Yeah, I agree.
Multi-way, with people that are really fun to play with, you can definitely flat 6-5 suited on the button there.
I agree. eBay Dave gets in there with a gutty. Diva, second pair, does go check. Queen ball on the river. Diva now has the check mark. Might go for the check call here. eBay chose not to bet. Oh no, he did. He is representing an ace here. eBay could have just about anything, as we are seeing in real time with 4 high. Diva does not look like a believer, though, man. Didn't believe him on the flop.
He's on the edge.
He's on the edge. He is indifferent, as some people might say. Oh my God, he's got chips in hand.
Doesn't seem so edgy anymore, does it?
No, he doesn't. He puts it in. Shown the 4 high. He just insta-mugs. I love the insta-mug. So much fun. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to show you 4 high, but I know you win. Whatever you have, I have the nut low, so you have it.
I think, it's good to show. You get that little advertising. You made the bluff. You might as well show.
Right. I always snap show. Like we said, there's always the chance.
What are these, a bunch of Linus loves that are going to, figure something out about your game because you're doing XYZ with a particular combo? No.
Right, yeah, no.
Come on now.
Very unlikely. Very, very unlikely.
Although I guess when you auto-muck or snap-muck, people know you're bluffing.
Yeah, that's probably true. It's pretty rare that if you have a pair, you're probably not just going to snap-muck, Kieran with the ace-jack raises it up. eBay. Got to get back in there to win those chips. Jack 6 of spades and Diva. 2 red tanks. Just puts in the flat call, facing a +1 open.
See, I love squeezing there.
I would love to squeeze there. And an ace on the flop. Queen behind it.
I guess Kieran is a little early to squeeze, but
That's what I was thinking. Kieran is a +1. He hasn't played too many hands, so if there was a time to flat the 10s,
yeah, maybe 10s are flat.
I think it's fine to do some portion of the time. Though I would still probably, even so, lean towards a squeeze.
Can't go too wrong with doing that in live poker.
You certainly cannot, and Kieran is going to flop the best of it by a mile, bet it out, and take it down multi-way.
Kieran is a very under-the-radar player in the 2-5 pool.
I agree.
I think he does. I think he does pretty well.
I would also
Just
agree.
kind of quietly wins.
Yes. Yeah, he's not super loud or anything either. He's not the most talkative player at the table either. But he's a sicko. Sometimes I've seen him make some sicko, disgusting, gut-wrenching calls. So,
Really?
yeah, I have a few times. That surprised me. Not much surprises me in this game anymore, but it does happen occasionally. Thanks for the sub, Fish Poker. Fish Poker, I believe, is a friend of Wolfgang Poker, from what I understand from the 30 minutes of vlogs I watched from Wolfgang. So thank you very much, Mr. Fish.
How old did you say he was? 23? 22?
Wolfgang, I don't know for sure, but I would imagine that he's relatively young, 21-ish, 20, under 25. How about that?
Yeah. Good times.
Good times indeed. Cameron Jones says, tell Kyle Z I need some poker money.
All right.
Save it up. Save it up. Bail the bankroll and come out to TCH Dallas.
I look nervous whether I have it or whether I'm going.
And come get a piece of Kyle Z if you dare.
Yeah, well, I can tell you this. You know, I grinded my roll starting at 1-2, so I would suggest starting there.
Starting doing the same.
And at this place, you can do well at
Yes,
the
you
1-2
can.
game. Absolutely.
The 1-2 game here is bananas. It's a $300 cap. No match to stack, but games play ridiculous.
If you're trying to build a 2-5 bankroll, this 1-2 game is a great place to do it at.
Great place to start. Yes, indeed. In fact, I've actually, in all my time here, I've seen players that started at 1-2, occasionally taking shots at 2-5. In fact, I was one of them.
That's how you should do it.
And that's exactly how you should do it. And it's nice to see others following along as eBay follows along behind King 9 and flops the best of it. It looks like, though Bridge Mike is open-ended. And eBay is going to lead on out here into two opponents.
You know, it's almost like if eBay connects at all, he's betting.
Yeah, exactly. Bridge Mike does come along. eBay says, let's go, same bet. Bridge Mike says, not same call. Going to put in the check raise immediately.
Looks like they got. Looks like they got the live stream on behind him. Yeah. You know, Jason, I've said nothing but good things about you.
Yeah,
but, you
come
know,
on.
I know it's all a jest. It's all right. It's all right.
And Bridge Mike going for the bluff ski here on the end.
Ooh, I
After
like
putting in the check raise.
All right,
Mike.
All right, buddy.
The man does not bluff often, though he picks his spots well, and this is...
So he raised the turn.
He raised the turn.
Barreled that river.
Yes,
there
indeed.
you go, buddy.
If eBay puts in the call here, I'll actually be...
eBay says, I am worth way too much money to fold.
Yeah, that might just be true as well.
Let's listen to what he's saying.
Too scary to something like that.
I can't tell if the eyes closed, take a fucking nap, thinking, twitching, I can't tell what the hell's going on.
He has not folded yet. He looks like...
I think he's calling.
I think he's going to call, man. I think he's going to put it in.
You know, he's up money. He doesn't. He's getting suspicious.
There it is.
There
Puts it in. And Bridge Mike
Good hand, Mr. eBay Dave.
gonna have to show the queen high. Oh, insta Mike. Bridge Mike just insta mucks. Oh, so great.
That's all right, Mike. That was hard. You know, most people don't bluff the river. You
Yeah, most people don't bluff the river.
did. Hats off to you, buddy.
Absolutely. Nice play, though. You got looked up light, unfortunately. Thanks for the sub, B. Davis. Not going to forget you, I promise. Had to wait for the conclusion of the hand.
I think Mike's going to be just fine, but it'll be interesting to see how he handles
Yes.
in place.
I
You know,
agree.
in cash games, taking a gut punch to the stomach and then coming back from it is just a required skill.
Yeah, you gotta be able to take it on the chin, especially in these games.
Well,
It makes it easy when you wake up with aces the next hand. That's for sure.
And Diva's got a clear call. I mean, he's not going anywhere.
Just a flat call.
You know, he's listening to you so much. You know, you
Yes.
love flatting with the aces. Love getting all the
Not
tricky.
just to a single open, Kyle Z. Come on. Come on.
Well, he knew something. He knew
Yes,
something.
he knew Jason had ace king behind and was going to put in the squeeze play.
You know, Mike probably got the live reads there. You know, those sunglasses that eBay Dave was criticizing him for
course.
wearing. He was staring down. Jason probably knew he was going to 3-bet, and now Mike's just going to.
That's just, he knew. He had the read. And
Don't be sorry.
Dio's probably going to put in the call here, I would think, some portion of the time.
You can't be sorry for anything.
And then I think Bridge Mike's just going to ship it in behind. I think he's just going to back raise jam. Jason's going to call. Then Diva might be priced in. We might see a huge pot here. Nice fold there, Mr. Diva. Like it with a player behind. Jason is so short stacked. Yeah, there you go, Mike. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Mike. Get the money in the middle, buddy. Jason says, oh, God. Staring into the ether. What did I just run into? All right, can't fold. We're going for it. Let's go, buddy. Puts in the call, and we are running it out. Tail as old as time. Ace, king, the aces. Oh, I thought Jason was already pulling out money to reload. That would be funny. Who's got a diamond? Who's got a diamond? No diamond on the river. Looks like, oh, Bridge Mike had all that anyways. They both had a diamond. And Bridge Mike going to stack Mr. Jason in spectacular fashion, slow playing the aces. This is why you slow play him. This is why you slow play him.
That's right.
That's the perfect time to wake up the aces right after you lose a big pot, right?
Yes, yes. eBay talking about exactly what we just said. Always nice to wake up with them right after not getting a bluff through. Bridge Mike scoops a nice one. Jason, sorry, buddy, but I don't think there's really anything you could have done there, unfortunately, as played. Just so happened Bridge Mike slow played the nuts.
Yeah, I don't remember if there was a straddle, but even if there wasn't, it was only 150 big blinds. Getting ace king is pretty published is fine.
Right, agreed. I absolutely agree. Jason was pretty short stack too, so yeah, he only had like 140 bigs, so I think that's
Just fine.
That's just fine. Just part of the game. When you're against kings, you want to realize all that equity. You want to realize all that river ace equity that you might not if you slow play and miss the flop.
I can't tell you how many times people have folded queens face up to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Especially like back in the WinStar days where it was like 100 big blind poker.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh,
You
yeah.
4-bet someone real small and then they fold queens up to you, 100 big blinds. Whew.
All right. Thank you very much.
And then another fold.
Appreciate it. The gift. I had somebody, I was at Bellagio. I'd been there first time. I went to Vegas first time in August. And I cold form. Oh, boy, we got a hand ruin. Anyway, real quick, I cold 4-bet 10s, and somebody folded kings face up to me.
Oh, my gosh.
And I was like, all right. I'm going to put these very slowly into the muck, and we're going to move on. eBay 2-pair here. Danny top pair. Oh, my God, eBay's just got it. He's just got it. He's got it. Not the best card for Mr. Daniel.
Yeah, I have a pair top pair. But like, I will
As eBay has been seen to lead his second pairs. And Danny, I think, made a very, very, very quick call. 4 on the end. And eBay checks, giving Danny a very nice spot to check and realize,
it's easy for you.
given this interesting action.
Oh, I think Danny's out of position.
Is he?
Yeah, I think
Oh, you are absolutely correct.
This is Hollywood? What's going on?
No, I think Danny has the button. I think the graphics are wrong. Yeah, I think Danny's got the button. And there it is. See, actually, Danny bet like 275, and eBay's gonna raise it up to something. 875.
He does have a button.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I like the sizing out of position, and Danny's not loving it.
Yeah, this is hard.
Yeah,
you know,
this is a rough spot.
You know, eBay's up. He's been splashing around.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough whenever the guy that plays a lot of hands, wild and crazy. You know, sometimes they hit their hands. Like, it happens sometimes, people. And this is unfortunately one of those times. You just got to grit your teeth and bear it if you do pay it off. Let's see what Danny decides to do here. I feel like this is almost never a bluff.
Yeah, because of the board, like what it was.
Oh my God, Danny pays it off! Puts it in! Is shown the bad news. eBay Dave. Gonna scoop a nice one, $2,500 pot, sliding over to him.
I know we still had a dead small. Yeah.
Yeah, Kieran
Yeah,
can't move
okay.
in that spot. Not supposed to be able to move seats whenever there's a dead anything. For that exact reason, I believe.
What's that?
And Wolfgang Poker actually
I think you're
gonna.
the 10.
Yeah, there it is. Miss Amber's got it. She's got it. One dealer per table.
Oh, thank you.
There it is. Just a 2-blind game for this hand. Really interesting sea change dynamic.
Right. Mine's a group. I think we're correct. Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
Matthew A says, didn't Ethan quit poker? He's talking about Rampage. I don't think the man's quitted. He definitely put out that video.
I just watched half of the video, so I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah,
else.
he didn't say he was quitting. Not at least not that I saw. I watched the whole thing. I could be misremembering, but I think he was just talking about, you know, his unfortunate luck in the past couple of weeks, taking shots at big games.
I think when people talk about variance, they usually it's something that they use to talk about why they lost or why they got rivered.
Right.
It's not something that they've really studied. And when you study sort of long-term variance, you realize how big the swings
Yes,
can get.
actually can be. Yeah.
So when you're someone like Rampage and you're stepping up to these really big stakes, you don't understand that like in a 25-50 game, you could easily have a 40K, 50K downswing.
Yeah,
You know,
it's not.
or bigger.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable. In fact, it is perfectly reasonable and statistically likely at some point. So
Yeah, and that's the part where people really. I would encourage almost every poker player to study variance so
Yes.
they really understand what they're getting involved with a particular game size.
yeah, absolutely. I struggled with that a little bit when I moved up to 2.5 from February until like early April. I was just printing money.
Yeah.
And then I was very much not. Right after that, I went on like the biggest, longest, coldest downswing ever, monetarily wise and lengthwise, number of hand wise, etc.
Oh, yeah. And it's crushing, soul crushing.
It can be soul crushing. That is for sure.
I don't know this new player that's
Yeah, we got a new player there in seats 4. Colby, I believe you said his name was. I believe.
Yeah, someone I've never played with before. I don't think.
Yeah, I think maybe it looked like he maybe knows Wolfgang. They
Oh,
kind
okay.
of gave like a nod.
Ah.
They may not. They may not. That could be something. You know, I
Maybe.
just misread. Live tells. Something live tells. Yeah, we'll get his name here in just a minute. And it does check all the way around. Bridge Mike's got the best of the +2. Did he not see that this far? Or did he
Oh man,
lip called maybe?
I was so distracted by the new player. You know,
Yes, yeah, missed the action.
whenever I see a player that I don't recognize, I'm always shocked at TCH. Just play too much.
They are coming around more and more often, as they should. If you guys haven't made it out to Texas Card House Dallas, be sure to do that at some point. Ooh, as just Jeff
Getting a little saucy.
getting a little saucy with the 8s. Putting in the old double check raise, or not double check raise, but double check and then a check raise.
So generally, solvers don't like bluffing with pairs, but you know, again, to each his own. You might think that Bridge Mike is just going to overfold here.
Yeah. Just my Bridge Mike does have a blocker to the straights. He does block some hands that might want just Jeff to have in this spot. Oh my God!
Oh.
And Bridge Mike.
Just Jeff says, "See,
See, this is why you do it.
let me play."
Because yeah, let me play exactly. 8s get the best hand full. And just Jeff gonna take down another one, man. He's doing pretty well the past couple streams he's been on. Running very hot, playing pretty well as well.
Besides, I don't really know, you know, what Wolfgang's deal is. I think Jeff plays for a living, but I think he's the only person at the table that grinds for a living.
I don't even think Jeff plays for them. I'm not even certain.
I think we've had this conversation.
Have you? Okay, I haven't discussed it with him in detail. I mean, I know Danny's, like, a substantial portion of his living is definitely playing poker. He obviously has projects on the side, but he spends a lot of hours here. So.
Yeah, you know, Once Danny gets a little further along his career, that's going to be over.
Yeah, that's probably true. If things he was talking about working on come to fruition.
Absolutely.
So, just Jeff v eBay, 7-5, King 8. How about nothing for either player? King high for Mr. Dave. Check, check. Ace on the turn. Probably going to go check, check unless somebody wants to represent it. eBay says yes. Jeff says no. He's going to take that one down. Homie is his name. Yeah, it goes.
Oh my.
I was told it is pronounced just like homie.
Okay.
Like your homie, your friend, your pal, acquaintance, yada yada.
All right, Danny. Let's get something going. Let's get you unstuck.
Go, Danny. 2 red birds, the Robins, in +1.
Dave says I'm rich, $75.
Let's go. Why not? Why not?
Aaron cold calls that 3-bet from eBay Dave. If there was ever a time that eBay Dave might be one of the players you might want to cold call a 3-bet with instead of folding. Still don't advocate for it, but I understand the logic.
Sure, absolutely.
I think this is just going to get folded.
Yep, I'd say so. Aaron says, yep,
That's why you don't.
That's why you don't cold call 3-bets. Happening in real time, and Danny going to get a little bit back there. Not as much as he would have hoped for, I'm sure, but certainly better than them getting cracked.
I say that, but I have in the back of my mind many memories of John Ryan winning monster pots because he's just involved in a hand.
In every, yeah, lots of hands.
I like putting the stream on behind us. The Tuesday game doesn't like it, so we don't do it. But I think it's actually good. It builds a camaraderie. You know, you bluff me, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It sets different table dynamics for the stream.
That's true. Instead of changing the dynamics the next week, it changes it. 30 minutes later.
Yeah, exactly. It's fun. It's fun to have on.
Ooh, big size.
Big size from Mr. Homie says, I'm coming in hot, baby. Ace Jack of Hearts. I like his jacket.
Yeah.
Neat jacket.
Yeah, as someone that has 0 style, I always respect people that do.
Just Jeff, 2 8s once again on the button. He says, I still have 8s, and I'm still going to maybe call. There it is. Puts it in. Diva, the Ace-Jack offsuits. Homie's not played a hand yet, and yeah, I was going to say if this might be another spot where he just calls instead of squeezes, facing the +1 open.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably just fold.
I would probably just fold as well.
It's so early. That's so big.
Yes. And King High board. Just Jeff with the best of it right now. Homie and Diva holding each other's outs. We're going to check, give this one up. He has no real redraw. He does have a gutter ball, though. No backdoor redraw, what I would say. Does have a gutter. I'm surprised he did not put out the bets, even multi-way in this spot. It's just Jeff going to put out some protection for the 8s.
Yeah, in a single raise spot like this, I would have probably gone 75% on the spot with Ace Jack.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Roger Garrison says, and Mr. Pottery, I thought it said you have rules. I was like, what do you mean? I have rules? No, you rules. Thank you, Mr. Garrison. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Garrison. All right, thanks for the subscribe, Sam Edwards, as well. Appreciate it. And you can just check call. Ace Jack out of position. Just Jeff probably can't love seeing that. Does put in the check back 5 on the end. Diva has an opportunity to rep a king here, if he so chooses. And he does. 325, very value-heavy side.
It's really hard to balance these. I guess it's not even a bet check back range, but
Yeah.
you know, the pool generally gets very suspicious of people that check the turn and bet the river.
Yes, of course.
Now there's opportunity there, but
I mean, Diva is out of position, so he could be checking in flow.
that's true.
Yeah, so definitely in position, I absolutely agree with it. But out of position, I think, opens up the dynamic where you're just checking to the aggressor, seeing what they do, and then if they show weakness, you can capitalize on it.
You play cards too?
Yeah,
So,
not lately.
as Diva did, in fact, got the best hand fold, though Jeff was pretty much at snow bottom of range on that
Yeah,
board.
I moved here from Austin. I played a lot
With
more in
eights.
Austin before I moved here. And I'm actually expecting right now, so I'm just being really conservative with my money.
Congratulations, Amber.
Yeah, Miss Amber, congratulations to you.
So dealers have different skills, and
Yes.
I like how Amber handles the problem children
Yes.
at the table. There's not too many at TCH. There's not too many, but
There aren't too many. Yeah.
she handles them well.
That's good. Yeah, that is a skill in itself for sure. Is being able to hold up to people getting angry when there's a lot of money on the line and you have to hold your own. But most of the time, if you're thinking about becoming a dealer, the easy way to get around it is simply to defer to a floor. That is primarily their job. Is to be management. You do not make the rulings. I mean, obviously you control your game,
Sure.
etc. And there are rulings that you are very much allowed to make as a dealer at your table.
That's 105.
Oh my God. Homie bets out, and eBay Dave says, "Nuh-uh, this is my pot."
So on these super dried boards, you got to decide what you're going to raise with,
Yes.
and backdoor flush draws are a good way to
candidate.
yeah, they're a good candidate.
I absolutely agree. Homie really shouldn't, even limp calling under the gun, shouldn't connect with this board too often. Homie does not like it and is going to lay it down. eBay Dave, baby. Crushing, putting people to the test, and is getting it done. Nothing but ace high.
So you know the sets yet?
The girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ben Miney with Wrench just dropping in, friends. What has our biggest pot been so far, size-wise? I would say like 5, 6K.
I know.
Yeah, there's that jam by
6,000?
Aaron.
Yeah, jam by Aaron.
Timing's more right, I suppose.
So, love to see that.
It was actually expected around the day that I raised the 35.
Kieran the AK,
But I lost the first one.
TG.
That's
Gonna
what
raise
Jacob
this
did.
one up.
I can't imagine, but everything happens for a reason.
Thank you. I'm excited. Do you have
He's
these?
folding all the way around. Wow.
That sucks.
Love it. Gotta love it.
You know, when you look at the VPIPs in this stream,
Yeah.
and then you just, you're one of the few hands that got pulled around too. It's just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
Trying
Yeah.
to match up the time.
Frustrating.
Good to have you
Happened
on
to
the wheel.
Trick yesterday. I mean, different game for sure. But it was so funny. Trick, was already down, stuck a bunch of money, and then he wakes up with queens, raise, everybody folds, and then he wakes up with tens, raise, everybody folds, and it's just like, what are you people doing? Oh man. But that was just that is typically what tilts me the most is if I'm like stuck a little bit and then everybody just folds when I finally have a hand, and it's like, especially if there's like an action player at the table, it's like, really? Not even you can call right now? Is that how bad I'm running?
How far away do you live?
I just moved to Carrollton, so I'm only like 12 minutes from right now.
Yeah. So let me give you a suggestion. If you're having a bad time, you can go home.
Just go home. I know.
Just go home and then come back a couple hours later. You can still play a lot.
You're exactly right.
It's amazing.
Yeah, typically I kind of handcuff myself a little bit sometimes. In the sense where like I'll come play before the stream.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I have to be here in 3 hours anyway. Why leave?
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Because there's probably something on TV, right?
yeah,
And it's 15 minutes away now.
exactly. You're exactly right. So I could go watch Fargo.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, we see a call there. Bridge Mike, Queen High, Diamond draw. Some very middling hands. Checks all the way around, and the nines, dude. The nines are gonna take it down. Very interesting. Interesting hand.
Makes me wonder if like Bridge Mike had gotten that other bluff through, if he would have bluffed the river there.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
Sometimes
exactly.
you get it, in Oklahoma, I grew up in Oklahoma. Sometimes we call that snake bit. I don't know if you
Snake
guys
bit.
use
I
that
see,
phrase around here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it, where you might not do something you might otherwise because things did not go your way earlier. Yeah, sometimes previous hands can affect your decision-making process in future hands. You gotta try to avoid that. The mental game in poker is arguably the most important aspect of it.
Yeah, snake bit and red ass.
And red ass.
Why'd you do that? Well, I got the red ass.
I got the red
The
ass.
cards are like similar.
Timothy Murphy says, that was not your typical 10-25-50 live stream yesterday. Yeah, the action was just not there, man. We were short-handed. Trick was absent midway through. I have never seen Trick walk away from the live stream table.
Yeah, I don't think he expected to go through that many binds.
No.
You know, I mean, I understand. I get it. It was quite a bit of money.
Yep. No, he was down like 40,000. I don't think that was the game.
I mean, that being said,
get
on
it back.
the Friday before, he won a ton of money, whatever.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, he won like 60 grand. Something ridiculous.
194.
If they are going to do that, and they're doing it every 20 minutes, they
Yeah, I'd
should
recommend
just
not drinking yourself into a drunken death.
Yeah,
There's
you
all
know.
kinds of things that you can do in life, guys. So
Yeah.
just saying.
You don't have to.
You got a 3-bet, huh?
Yeah. Got a 3-bet from eBay Dave, Ace King, and Aaron got a defended position.
Yeah, with how short the stream is, though.
And eBay Dave whiffs this board, as does Aaron. 5 on the turn, neither player with anything other than ace high. Check, check once again. And a 5 on the end. How about just the brickiest of bricks? Check, check. Ace king is going to be good.
So I'm against it.
I always respect when people can take hands and just check it all the way down. It's like, I have no incentive to put another chip in this pot. I'm not going to.
Give ups are a thing.
Give ups are a thing. You do not have to try and force it every hand. It's statistically impossible to win every hand in poker unless you are the luckiest man alive.
To answer you, Roger, no one stakes Trick. Trick has
Trick's got his own money.
Trick built his money starting at 2.5 and went from there. He also does a lot of side businesses.
Absolutely.
In fact, just to answer a lot of things that I've seen in chat before, almost no people are staked on the Tuesday game. Almost.
Yeah.
You know. A good heuristic would be if they're really, really young.
Yeah,
they might be
they
staked.
might be staked. Yeah, exactly. that is typically the way it goes these days as the poker community is developed and people see young players that might have potential. They might be more staked, more likely to be staked, but
pretty much everybody on Tuesday is playing on their own money.
yeah, I
Just
think
to
so.
answer questions I see all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Raises to 110.
This was a very friendly game here, sir.
Homie gonna 3-bet here, and eBay Dave says, why wouldn't you let me in with the 9 deuce? And he's probably just gonna get 2 folds though. This sizing very, very small. And what do I know about eBay? Clearly nothing. Because he's gonna cold call with the 9 deuce of clubs.
110. I actually would have bet 85. I had an $85.
Yeah, some players are just not limited by what you should do.
Yeah.
And honestly, when you're playing hands with them, you need to keep that in mind.
Agreed.
Like, those limitations are something that exists in your mind, not necessarily in
not
everybody's
theirs. Absolutely. And Diva actually gets in there with the Queen 8, getting quite a price, as does everyone. We get a 4-way flop. Diva flopping the best of it. Checks all the way over to Homie. Checks it back. And an 8. If Diva didn't have the best hand,
That's 100.
then he certainly sure he does now. eBay takes a stab at it. Second pair. No backdoor clubs anymore.
I think this is a good race.
I do
I
too.
know it's not going to work out this time, but I think in general this is a good race.
Yeah.
You have a strong hand. There are draws. You're multi-way. and you want to start putting money in. You know, you want someone to start putting money in.
Absolutely, and eBay could definitely be leading out there with a lot of Queen X that is probably just never folded to one bet. So there's a lot of value targets that you can still have, and you can balance that with some bluffs as well. So yeah, very nice raise there for Mr. Diva, trying to get a little bit back. It is 10 p.m. We're getting into the last hour of the stream. 911 of you currently watching. You got Greg P, Kyle Z in the booth. Thank you once again, Mr. Kyle, for taking time out of your busy day.
Oh, it's been so fun.
Join us.
I mean, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fun having you in here. It's fun getting you guys from the big game in here. Like I said earlier, I want to get Trick Time in here.
Oh, man.
So bad.
All right, I'll work on that. We'll see if we can convince him.
We'll see. He, I don't really see him any other day except for Tuesday. Like, I don't ever see him here. I think somebody probably just texts him if there's a big enough game for him to
yeah, that's a good point.
get up out of bed, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what he does outside of TCH.
One of the things is invest in real estate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, YG. $9.99 super chat. Stop betting me, Kyle. Friendly game. Anyway, good job so far. Thanks, YG. YG's a regular here at TCH.
Very steady player, YG.
Yes, he is. And what a flop for 2 kings. Just about the worst one.
Yep.
I would probably just check this back, honestly.
Yep. This is one of those boards we were talking about earlier where if you want to check range, you can. Now,
There he is.
this is live poker. Again, you might want to make some adjustments.
Oh, no.
It sucks.
That's the worst. Jeff just spikes it here.
Especially when he checks like that again. I'm probably betting this turn.
Even with the 4-liner?
Probably.
Yeah.
When generally when people check twice, right? They're very. Yeah, oh my
the
God.
suck and the resuck, baby.
Although I guess he's playing the board now.
Yes, he is. Just Jeff's playing the board, but Kieran is not. He has got 2 kings. And he is going to put in some money. Overbets the pot, gets a snap fold. I love it. Great. And just Jeff shaking his head says, God, why? Come on. The worst. Hate to see it. GeoStrot, $5 super chat. Shout out to my boys in stream. Shout out at TCH Dallas and every poker degenerate in here. Hashtag a bless up. Thanks, buddy. Shout out to all these degenerates that we can see out there in the streets.
A lot of good people out there.
A lot of good people out there, a lot of good players, a lot of good dealers, and we have a packed house. It is a Wednesday, and every table in the room is full. We got 25 tables in here. What more can you ask for? What more can you ask for a poker economy than 25 tables full at 10 p.m. on a Wednesday night?
Absolutely.
Mr. Daniel, ace queen to the +2, getting immediately 3 bets by Homie. Small sizing. I'm wondering if Homie plays a lot of tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Possibly.
is something that you see a lot when tournament players transition over to cash. They use some of the same raise and 3-bet sizings.
This is a 4-bet.
This is indeed a 4-bet. And Wolfgang Poker's got kings, baby. Wow.
Although, you know, he's barely played. I wonder
what's going to happen.
he's probably putting in the 5-bet, and I bet people fold.
Yeah, I think everybody's probably
Although
just gonna fold.
Homie doesn't know that unless he's been watching the stream.
It's also true. Homie just got here.
And Danny, when he sees, man, Danny's already folding. I can tell you that.
Oh, Danny's already folding. All in?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I thought he said all in. No, he's going to put in a 5-bet here. Yeah, I like the size. You don't have to go very big. 800. Very good sizing. I like it, Mr. Wolfgang.
But I guarantee you, Danny just feels like a punching bag right now.
Yeah.
Just running bad.
Yeah,
Just
running
like,
bad.
what the
Can't
hell?
love it. Fold, 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 fold. And Wolfgang going to take down a nice little pot there with 2 kings in the small blind. He was probably just watching more money and more money and more money get piled in. Says, I do still have kings, right? Cool. Let's go for it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it says he has a 7% raise there. You know, that probably really affected how people played. You know,
Yeah.
some people, I mean, it was a 5-bet, but I mean, you know, tens maybe calls sometimes if you've been a little bit more active. Probably not. 5-bets are pretty serious in live
Pretty
poker.
serious, yeah. We've only very rarely seen 5-bet bluffs of any kind, and my favorite one was Steven.
Yeah.
Steven versus JD, man. That was a hand. That was a poker hand for sure. I liked that one a lot. It's probably my favorite hand we ever had on stream. It was just such a unique one.
Steven's really fun. He's a, you know, he's definitely, obviously very good at poker.
Yes.
But because he has other businesses now, he's like poker's kind of like a side thing for him.
Right.
Because he's like a retired poker player, which it's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, he's still got the game, and he's
Still
got
got
the
the game.
checks to back it up, too.
Still
So
got the game.
very interesting. Roger Garrison, buddy.
Help out a lot.
You're the best. Mr. Potter, your voice excitement rules. Don't sell your voice short. You should represent WSOP for the next generation. Hey, man. Maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll get up there. You never know. Right now, I'm going to stick it out at TCH Live. I like it here. Got-
Good place to build a bankroll.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yes, it is.
If there are any Euros listening, I'm lying. Don't worry about it. Don't come.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just it's a long flight anyway.
It's a long flight.
Yeah. Folds all the way to eBay. I don't think he's folding. He's got a king. Oh yeah, he likes it. Gonna put in the raise here. $50 to go. And Diva's got ace king. Got him out pipped to the max. Puts in the 3 big bet.
Now, Diva's been a little bit more active. I wonder if eBay's going to put in the call here.
Ooh, bridge Mike snap folds ace jack, good fold. And eBay does in fact put in the call.
And we got a king.
And a king ball.
All right, what size does Diva use? He hasn't really been down betting, so I think he's going to bet like half odd to 60%. Ooh, he's going with the down bet.
He's going with the down
All
bet
right, buddy.
here.
All right.
Yeah, I like it. And eBay is going to snap call here. I'm sure Diva likes that.
Okay, now on these, when you hit a turn like this,
Yeah,
you want to go very big in your
I
sizing.
agree.
So especially on like the double flush draw board, you're going to have so many bluffing candidates.
Balance.
That you need to obviously balance with your good hands as well.
650. Let's go, Diva. He's got the ace of clubs too. And he is going to go somewhat larger, 425.
About half pot.
About half pot. I don't think Dave's going anywhere. He's got top pair, baby.
We never saw what he had.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
He never showed his hand.
Oh, puts in the raise here to 1,400.
Now, he's holding the ace of clubs. Not the best,
Not
but,
the best.
but it's not like holding the ace of diamonds.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, when he uses the smaller size, the fact that somebody raised you is not as big of a deal. If you would have gone
Yes.
like a pot,
650.
yeah, or 3/4, you know, it could be a bigger deal.
Agreed.
The other person is also in position. Another thing to talk about is 3 bets. Now this applies more to on the flop, but like you can't just let someone raise you with draws in position and then realize.
Yep.
So 3 bets on the flop are actually really important for this kind of spot.
I agree. And he does put in the call. Yeah, I've been, one thing I've really tried to work on is constructing a 3-bet flop.
It's
range.
hard.
It is hard. It's
very hard.
really, it's
You don't want to overdo it. You know,
Yeah.
It's very technical.
Let's see.
Good check.
Good check over. Oh, snap check back from eBay.
Good
and
size
is
pot.
shown the bad news.
Nice hand.
Diva is going to get paid. I mean, normally the way that might go is Dave would flat call the turn, and then Diva triple barrels the river. And Diva maybe calls the river. So I think, or I'm sorry, eBay maybe calls the river.
Yeah, I
I don't
see
know
what
why I
you're
keep mixing them up, but so he still probably got arguably the max there.
Yep.
Tim Murphy says the question is repop or no. That's one of those spots where it's kind
You
of
know,
hard.
once you make it to the turn,
Yeah, the turn is different.
I think ace king is. Well, I don't know. You got to think. Maybe you have no 3 bets on the turn there, because your opponent can have your opponent can have sets and you can't.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of 3-betting the flop, constructing a 3-bet flop range is different. I don't really know if there are really ever times that you can bet the turn. Like, it's so rare. Unless you turn a, like, really sneaky hand.
Stack sizes matter, right? If
Yeah,
you're really
that
deep.
too. Absolutely.
Then sort of the same logic kind of applies.
Diva 2 8s and Danny ace 5. Probably gonna put in the 3-bet here. In position, I like it. Puts it in. Says, I'm stuck, let's go.
Or did you, until it happened, did you check ratio? You did that, huh?
Yeah, it's interesting, Danny using the smaller size out of the big blind. It'd be interesting to see the reason why he's doing it. Danny has a reason. He's not a player that's just randomly choosing the size.
Right.
You know? So he's choosing to go 3x. He has a very specific reason for that.
I agree. And what a flop.
Because he knew he was just gonna.
He's
no,
gonna
just kidding.
flop absolutely gigantic, top and bottom with the backdoor flush draw. This is the hand he's been waiting for. Though it's unfortunate that Diva doesn't have much to pay him off with. If that 8 of clubs peels on the turn, it would be just the most disgusting card in the deck. And I like his small bet here, $90. Just over a third. I think Diva's got a call.
Yeah, so you gotta peel one.
Yeah, he definitely got to peel one here. 10. Not the 8 of clubs.
And if you're Danny, you want to keep betting. They're really deep. You wanna get more money from other aces.
Absolutely.
Keep betting.
Yeah, there's if your opponent wakes up with ace 10 or ace 7, so be it. You can reevaluate the river if you do get called. Though I think it is, as you said, pretty mandatory to
And
continue
he went with a big size.
pairing Taylor.
I
Yeah,
think.
about 3/4.
Good.
Yeah, like it. Love it. 365. Danny Marks
Sorry about that.
knows what he's doing. And Diva now with third pair. Can't be loving it. Cannot be loving it. Not in this spot, anyway. So I think folding the 8s here isn't all that exploitable. Like, you're not being exploited that much. by fold. You're
I think it's fine to peel flop full turn.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Does put in the fold, says, nice hand, Mr. Daniel. Indeed it was, and he's going to drag a small one, though it's better than not dragging the small one after being stuck on the knights. Got to get him back somehow.
Sure.
What?
I'll trade. That way you.
Thank you. You got me.
Well, she's my baby mama. I gotta take care of her.
Yes.
You ever see Danny get upset with someone?
I don't think not in person. He and I have been like texting at times, and he's just like, "What's this guy doing?" Or like, said something like that, where like either we're at the same table or something like that. But he never.
It's more of like a disappointed father vibe.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That is very much true. But yeah, he never really shows too much emotion when he's playing.
No, he's a real nice guy. I'm talking about people that get out of line and how he reacts to it.
Oh yeah. Danny gonna limp in the K6, and homie checking the Jack 9. I think all that's perfectly fine. Excuse me. Homie's got a pair. Let's go check once again on the turn. Not surprised. And a king ball on the end. Danny with the best of it. Gonna put out a pot-sized bet, one green chip. Homie says, all right, show it to me. Show me the king. There it is. Into the muck it goes. And Danny getting it back, man. Climbing his way back.
This year, everybody that I talked to said it sucks, and they charge twice as much now for food.
You know, being down 200 bigs in this game is not a big deal.
Yeah, no, I
Especially
agree.
when there are straddles on, you can say you're effectively down like 150 or however you want to calculate that in your head.
Agreed.
It's weird when you're playing a game that's like half 5-10, half 5-10-20. What stake are you actually playing?
You're not going to eat 10 of those.
What do you put it down as in the little tracker?
When I play, I do like if I'm playing 2-5, there's like often a straddle or something. I'll often just put it down as 2-5, though. I mean,
But if everyone's straddling,
yeah, if everyone's straddling, then
5-10.
Win? I think
you know I'm probably not as disciplined about that as I should be. But yeah, I mean the thing is that it's very rare that I sit down in a game where there's like everybody's actually straddling, and so it's hard for me to classify it as an actual 5-10.
Basically, if I see 60% or more straddles, I just up it to the next stage.
Up into the next one. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just arbitrary thing that I've decided.
Fair enough. Just yet 2 jacks. I'm a little frustrated with my tracking app that I'm using. It's kind of janky, but it's got a lot of data on it from the past 8 months. And I don't know how to easily transfer it to something else, but the problem is that it doesn't let you edit sessions after you enter them. So if you realize you made a mistake, yeah, it's so
So
frustrating.
you have to delete the whole thing.
I either delete the whole thing, or sometimes it won't, like, as far as I can tell, it won't even let me do that. I think there's a paid version of the app that maybe lets you do that. I haven't decided to bother with it. So the numbers for like my
We
win
just got
loss.
a really interesting turn.
Oh, yes, we did.
Sorry
eBay,
about that.
no, you're fine. eBay picks up a Jack High Club draw. Someone's got to be accountable at the booth.
Sorry, man.
No, it's all right. And just Jeff's got 2 overs.
I mean, he's also got the straight draw too.
Does indeed. Big straight draw. Open-ended, man. Not that
So
far
if Jeff
behind.
was out of position, I might consider raising. Jack's need protection. You know?
I would absolutely agree. Like if he puts in like 800 bucks, I like it. Maybe he can even go bigger. The pot's pretty small. But he does just put in the call here, I believe. Yes, indeed. And a 9 of clubs on the river.
He's probably going to get paid. Dave's probably going to get paid on this, just as long as he doesn't do something completely unreasonable in size.
I would say so as well. Yeah, if he puts anything less than like $1,200 out there, I think it's probably.
Yeah, I think he's good paid here.
Yes, indeedy.
You got a bet for 725.
7-5.
725.
Just Jeff. Just Jax. Real quick, thanks for the sub, Squamps. Love that name. And Just Jeff's got the calling chips in hand. He says, come on, man, I just got these chips. I am up on the night. Why are you giving me rough decisions? No club in his hand, though I don't think that's especially relevant. Puts it in and is going to be shown the bad news. Jack 3, got him. Jack high flush on the river, getting paid off.
Somebody tells me eBay Dave's probably going to play the stream again. What do you think?
I would certainly hope so.
People bought in kind of deep for this game tonight, huh? Like everybody.
Yeah, a little bit. Everybody's got close to
3K at least.
3K plus. Yeah, sometimes it's a 1K minimum, so sometimes we get people that buy in for like 1,500. Yeah. It's pretty rare that we get somebody that just sits down with 1,000.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I was saying about that app is that like the actual my numbers are correct in terms of like how much money I've won and lost, but the hourly is screwed up. It's screwed up so bad because at one point the years got changed on one of the sessions.
This is a really bad app.
Yeah, it's a really bad app. No, it is. It's actually terrible. I'm kind of pissed that
I would just start new.
I might. I just might do that.
Yeah, just whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Just that data's gone and it will forever be gone. But it is what it is. You know, I'm a different player than when I started with that data, so, you know.
Maybe when you started in the bad, it's the worst thing.
Exactly. Aaron with the 8-7, backdoor spades. A lot of turn. I like his barrel here. A lot of turn cards he can double, and this is certainly one of them. Picks up literally like the best card, other than probably the 8 of spades, though. Don't think, or I'm sorry, the 6 of spades. Does double barrel, and eBay gonna have to let it go. Shows it. Gotcha, buddy. Got him. 8 high.
Are you doing the announcements?
Is gonna be good because I got you to fold.
I declare tilt.
I was in it for the same exact reason. I had a backdoor flush draw too. Just a flop one pair. Wrong flush draw.
Thanks for the sub, Josh McGowan. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And I appreciate each and every one of you, all 900 of you that are still watching us. We have not hit that like goal. Admittedly, I've not been on top of asking for the likes. I know sometimes you guys just need a little bit of motivation. What was that like goal again, Mr. Clancy?
I think it was 420.
420.
Very
That's
popular
the
number at TCH.
Very popular number.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially at TCH. And I want to see you guys get there. We're sitting right at about 300. You guys can do better than that. I know it's possible. I know you've got it in you. Let's make it happen. As Diva's making it happen, 2 kings. Gonna put in the 3-bet here, facing Just Jeff's open 8-6 under the gun. Big 3, huge 3-bet. Massive 3-bets.
Universal.
Almost full 5x.
You know, if and Trick Time does a good job of this. If you start to realize that people are just not folding 3-bets,
Yeah.
up in 3-bet size is the
Just
exploit,
raise
right?
the size. And just get more money in the pot with good hands.
I don't know if that's true of Just Jeff. But
Yeah.
just pointing that out.
Well,
If he's calling it
it
8-6
just-
of clubs.
it just might be. He might, maybe Diva's picking up. Just Jeff did not look happy about losing with just jacks.
Yep.
So maybe he's picking up on that a little bit, though. What a flop for 8-6.
Absolutely.
Might keep him around for at least one more. Got a gutter and a backdoor club draw.
All right, on a paired board, Diva, what size do you use? What are you going to use, buddy?
25%, let's go. 25%.
Oh,
Love it.
Oh, there it
It
is.
is. Between is like 28%. Close enough.
Close enough.
We'll take it.
Bringing the pot up to $420.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. I was about to say the same thing. It's like these guys have it. Oh, and a 6 on the turn. Not really the card Jeff wanted to see. He does pair up, though. It's not especially relevant. I mean, it's still second pair on a paired board, so not the card he wanted, I'm sure. Any club, any 7, I'm sure he would have liked to see. And Diva is going to put out the double.
You know, an inside straight draw with backdoor flush draw is probably a really good candidate to raise them, check raise the flop.
Check raise the flop. Yeah, I agree.
You're gonna have 9s here, right? So
Agreed. I was actually thinking the same thing. That it's probably the candidate, really, like the best one, other than like 10-8 of clubs. If you had that, though, if he has 8-6, then he probably has 10-8. And he does put in the call. Ace on the river. Check, check. Just a 6.
very easy to sit back here and say what people should do when you can see the cards.
It is. The game is easy when you can see the cards, Mr. Kyle Z. You should know you're practically a wizard yourself.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, it's fun to be able to judge everybody else's play when I have it easy back here. You know, get to see all the cards.
Hey Jeff, I missed the hand. What you have on the game?
88. Pocket 8. Pocket 8.
King 10-9.
Sorry, I kind of
Ooh, talking about.
Yeah. Rich Mike didn't believe him.
He did not believe him. He's just like, really, you had 8s?
That doesn't make any sense, he says.
Yeah.
Well, you know. Luckily, we have the RFIDs.
Yes, we do. We have proof for you, Mike.
There was a bluff there. A little bit of bluff there.
Diva 64 says, yeah, I just want a big one. Let's go. I'm feeling good. Suited Gapper. Daniel.
Oh, geez, I didn't realize he had so much money.
To Mr. Yeah, Diva's got a good chunk. He's up. He's up. He's up a chunk now, for sure.
Did I miss it? Well, I guess he had the decent-sized body and stave.
Yes. Oh, and Wolfgang's got the birds.
He's going to have this problem again, though, right?
Yes, he is.
He's not been very active.
Indeed. He's not been very active thus far. He's playing in a big game. He reloaded, it looks like. I know he won a pot, but I think he reloaded as well.
Yeah, and
Derek Ing in the chat says, who's the other commentator? Derek, you know who it is. You know who this is.
I'm just some dude named Kyle Z that plays as a straight.
Just some dude.
Some dude. I mean, it's accurate. IT guy.
IT guy, yeah, always just some dude. Wolfgang Poker puts it to cold 4. And we're going to see folds all the way around, man. He is getting all the respects.
I would have done the same thing.
All the
You know what
respects.
it
He might have called you, though.
Actually, would have told.
And no offense to Wolfgang Poker, I'm just trying to explain the dynamics that are going on
No, absolutely.
at the table here.
Yeah, if you don't play a lot of hands and then you come in with a cold 4-bet,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't even matter. Like, even if he had Queen 10 there, everyone's probably going to fold just because, like, he hasn't played a lot of hands. It's just the natural dynamic of the game.
However, we were talking about building a bankroll at the 1-2. If you play the 1-2 here, you will still get called.
Yes, you will.
So,
Yes,
build
you
that
will.
bankroll, ladies and gentlemen.
Build that bankroll, ladies and gents. Coming for the cold 4 and just get the money in the middle.
Maybe 2 or 3 people call you. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy stuff at the 1-2 tables.
Yeah, no, it's pretty rare that you don't see the flop with at least 3 people in it.
I love playing 1-2. You know, while I'm waiting.
Yes,
It's so
yeah,
fun.
I've seen you over a 1-2
It,
before.
it reminds me of when I used to really love poker.
Yeah,
You know, now I like it, but
Yeah.
I used to really love it.
that's fair. It's funny because I'm kind of the opposite. As I've moved up in stakes, I love the game even more than when I played 1-2. Like,
Oh, yeah?
there-
Yeah.
it's like a different type of appreciation for the game. You know, it's like you start to understand what players are doing
That's
in
true.
a more theoretical sense, and it's fun to just like watch it all happen in front of you
Yeah, you know that story better for sure.
in that way. Yeah, exactly. Know the story better. And when I first started at 1-2, there was still like the mystery of it. It was like, yeah.
Well, plus it's 1-2. People are doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it doesn't have a rhyme or reason. You know,
Yes,
it's
very true. There's usually no rhyme or reason. Bridge Mike flipping in ace-5. Gonna call eBay's big raise here, 8-7. And what a pretty flop, Miss Amber. eBay's got the best of it. Very dry board. I like his bet here. And Bridge Mike gonna have to fold the ace-5. A lot of equity that he folded. Ace-high backdoor clubs. If there was a hand he could float, it'd be that one. But he does let it go, and Mikey, I am just mixing people up left and right on this table.
Mikey.
Mikey.
Mikey hasn't played on the street
He
yet.
has not.
I hope he does though.
I hope he does too.
It's Mikey's a fun player to watch.
eBay, offsuit wheel ace. I don't think he's folding. He is going to limp on in here. Just Jeff, the 9 Dewey, offsuit.
And check.
Diva coming along, 8-4. Let's go, baby. Bridge Mike going to check his option. Show me the flop dealer. No heart in sight for any of these players. No pair either. There you go, 50 bucks. Overbet the pot to 2 players. Let's go. If JD can do it, why not me?
That's right. Yeah. It's a thing now. It's a
It
thing.
is a thing now. We are going to move on to the next one. See, now Diva's up on. He's the winner of the night.
Wow. Okay. I mean, haven't
and
been
eBay
paying attention.
Yeah,
I do want to see more gangster diva. Come on now.
I do too.
Don't make me a liar.
Come on, yeah, I know. Make Kazi a liar right now, Diva. Come on, you got 30 minutes left.
We were playing 2-5 right before the stream, and he did this gangster raise on like 4 flush board.
Yeah.
With like nothing. It was awesome.
Awesome. Let's see it.
let's
Come on,
see
where's
it,
that
buddy.
at, Diva?
Let's see it.
Go.
buddy. Get comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. Get comfy. You're up $4,200. Why not? When are we going to limp in the 5-3 eBay? Raising it up. Jack 10. Huge raise. Just the old standard 10x.
Huge raise.
Everybody just very slowly folds their hand.
You know, it's funny. If you haven't thought about stuff like this before and a guy like this jumps in the game, it's really easy to make mistakes.
Yes. I agree. Aaron's actually got the table covered. Very interesting. Rusty matched the stack and then won a hand. Trying to get some of his money back. Sitting 8,500 deep. Karen gonna raise plays it up. Ace-Jack offsuit under the gun. eBay Dave, baby. He ain't folding. 6-5 suited. Also, to be fair to Wolfgang, he's kind of either had rags or nuts. Like, he kind of has just not had hands otherwise, or there's been so much action in front of him with, like, ace-jack that he just has to fold. So.
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier, in a 100-something hand sample, you know, anything can happen.
Exactly. Nobody can, you can't really make assumptions about anybody's play in such a short sample size.
And honestly, I haven't been paying attention to the hands he's folded, to be fair.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's easy to glaze over those two. Kieran gonna flop the best of once again with ace-jack, though. eBay has got a 6. No spade in sight, though.
He asked me to hold the action.
Snap that camera. There it is. I always appreciate when dealers will straighten the board up.
Yeah.
It's like whenever I deal, theoretically whenever I deal, because I haven't dealt in quite a while, I'm very OCD about my how straight my board cards are.
Yeah.
Just a habit. Kieran getting a call from eBay Dave. Think against this player exactly. Could go for more value, though he is going to check it over. Going to give Dave some ropes, maybe run a bluff ski. Does not. 9-ball in the end. Here with the check mark now.
This is where you want to bet small.
Yes, indeed. I would like to see $100. 125. Why not? No. Does not. 215. Wish I heard what Dave said to him.
Something about the RFID, I'm not exactly.
Misread my hand, yeah.
Oh, okay.
V-Pip, eBay Dave, leading the pack, not surprised. By quite a ways here. He's playing every other hand. We are moving on to the next one. Guys, we still got a light goal. We got a little light spike there for a minute, so you guys are slowing down. 330. That light goal, once again, is 420 for the stream. It was originally 420 by 10 p.m. That did not happen. But I think we can make it happen by the end of stream. That is just under half of you. 1 in every 2. Got to hit the like button. Costs you nothing, means the world to us. Helps out the channel. If you haven't already and you're new to the stream, anybody checking out the stream for Wolfgang, hit the sub button as well and the little notification bell. That way you can stay tuned to all the high stakes poker action we got for you here at Dallas, Texas. Often involving the one and the only Kyle Zeeves in the booth with me. Once, let's see, what was the action here? Looked like it 2 limps, and then eBay Dave squeezed and 2 calls. And what a flop for Bridge Mike. Open-ended and a backdoor spade draw. Homie whiffs. eBay Dave. Big bet, 2 players. I bet he's actually got a piece here. Bridge Mike folds. Bridge Mike folds.
Bridge might be thinking if the queen hits, am I really happy here?
Yeah, that is actually also very true. I didn't think about the fact that kings on board would give any ace Broadway as well. That is also very fair. Though if the 7 hits, you love life.
Yeah, pretty happy, yeah.
Derek King says, Kyle Z, when are you going to play another tournament?
Probably another 4 years.
Probably never. Hey, man, the one you played, you made a damn deep run in. So I thought that was hilarious. I look over, and I see you sitting at the table, and I was like, that's not Kyle. That can't be Kyle. Kyle doesn't play tournaments.
Yeah, well, I played one, yeah.
And you ran, what did you bust, like 28th or something? 21. That's amazing, dude. How many entrants were there? There was like
2,000
something, dude. That's a solid run.
Busted out doubling up Lala, so Lala happy that I could be one of your stair steps to second place.
Second place, indeed. Yeah, that was quite a final table for the Millie Drop tournament we had here recently.
That was a good tournament, good structure.
Yes, it was. Very well
Really
managed.
well managed. Yeah, big prize pool. Real good tournament.
Yes, I liked it. No hiccups whatsoever.
I mean, in all candor, one of the reasons why I played that tournament is probably the best value I've seen ever in tournaments.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, $900 entry for a $1 million guaranteed prize pool ended up being like 1.8, something absurd. So pretty solid indeed.
Plus, what else am I going to do on Saturday?
You got especially when all the tournament or all the tables are full with tournaments. No cash games in sight. As eBay Dave is going to lead out here, open-ended. Danny just going to make a call here, but he's got a 10 or an overpair. Ooh, and how about the nuts for eBay Dave? Checks it. Very interesting. He always leads with his draws, and when they get there, he checks it.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Definitely something to pick up on. Although, you know, if he watches the stream and listens to us, maybe he changes. You know, I mean, the stream can be fun like that.
Absolutely. And eBay Dave is going to overbet the pot here on the river. I love this overbet.
Yeah.
I would even go bigger. I would go like 450, 500.
Yeah, if he balances this with bluffs.
Yeah. I like the size. Danny in a rough spot says, all right, let's go. Show me something. Show me something. Shows the straight. What does Danny have? Oh, come on.
I saw an 8, I think. I might have had like
The
2 pair.
standard. Yeah, I might have 2 pair.
No,
Something like 10
I'm not sure.
He opened on the button, so he could easily have 10-8.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. 10-8, maybe even 8-6 potentially.
Maybe I didn't see that. It was real fast.
Yeah.
I don't think it was paint. I don't think it was paint.
No paint. What's y'all don't know? Paint is face cards.
To answer the chat, Mr. Marvin, I don't enjoy tournaments that much. I really, actually, the better way to put it is I love cash games.
Yeah. You also don't like short stack play.
That's exactly right. I like deep stack poker.
It's definitely a lot more fun, in my opinion, because like there's always the moments, unless you're running really well in tournaments, that you just get handcuffed by your stack size. It's like you can only do so much, you can only play so many hands, etc. So
plenty of money in tournaments, plenty of strategy. You know, it's its own thing for sure. You know, nothing to knock on tournaments. I just personally don't enjoy it as much as cash.
absolutely. Just Jeff under the gun. Ace Dewey. Club Sudi gonna raise it up. Diva just calling with the jacks. Homie gonna put in the 3-bet though. Very, very small size. King Queen. I like the 3-bets, though it's pretty small size. And eBay gonna cold call. Just Jeff coming along, and I'm sure Diva says, yeah, let's go. Let's set mine with the jiggities.
In general, the rule would be if you're going to 3-bet smaller, you're expecting people to fold the 3-bets, which is, you know, he may not be from Texas. You know.
That's also very true.
This might be his first outing in Texas.
Diva, here's the gangster you were looking for,
there we
Mr.
go.
Kyle.
He's got a little bit of a premium, but yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's like what was it? This is a back 4-bet.
Yes,
Is that what this
back
is?
4-bets.
Yep.
That is exactly what this would be. To 455, homie gonna call. I think everyone's gonna call now. eBay Dave says why.
You know, if he hadn't picked up his cards and he thought about it maybe a little longer, maybe he would have called.
Might have called. Yes. We are
Big
heads
pot,
up.
big pot, big stacks. What's going to happen?
And a queen right there in the door. That's what's gonna happen.
How does he handle this? What does he do?
Oh God.
He continues to bet. What size does he use?
Probably 1/3 is pretty.
Yep,
standard
and that's just fine, especially if he's doing it with his entire range.
Agreed.
Yeah.
275.
Sucks.
Sucks that
Guy hit the queen.
homie just has it. He's also got backdoor spades too. He's just got everything here. Is he gonna put in a raise immediately? Doesn't wait.
I think so. I think it's a small raise too.
What's in min raises? More than that, isn't it?
Yeah, she's correcting it
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
gonna be 750, right?
She's correcting it.
One more 100. 375.
Giving Diva quite a price to still try and spike a set with the jacks.
So for people watching, against the down bet, you're actually supposed to raise quite a bit.
Quite a bit, yes.
Now, some boards you don't, but you know, in general, against down bets, you're actually supposed to raise quite a bit.
No jack on the turn. Diva's still got second pair. I think facing any more action, he's probably just going to have to let this one go.
Yeah, I would imagine if he, what's he betting? What did he bet?
Bet? Down bet.
Oh my God.
Down bet the turn. Very interesting.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it says, I want to call from exactly jacks. I know what you have, Diva. Pay me off because you're not folding for this size. Nobody ever is.
Interesting. Is he expecting Diva to 3-bet the flop with really good hands?
Potentially. And Diva is not folding, dude. He's not folding. He's getting the max and a king on the end just to seal the deal for Mr. Homie. What is Diva going to do? Checks it over. Can't love how this has.
Is he going to do another 1/3 pot bet? I think he is.
Yes, indeed.
Super interesting line.
Very unique line. Super small sizing. And Diva wondering if this is ever a bluff. But he's getting just the price of the century to call. But
yeah, so in this spot, you got to think about what you arrive at the river with, and that's all dependent on how he plays the flop and the turn versus the raise and the small bet, right?
Right.
So if he's continuing collapsing everything into a call, he's going to have better hands to call with here on the river. If he's not and he's raising at some point, then he's got to think, okay, what do I arrive on the river at with this sequence of action? And then, okay, I arrive at the river with this kind of range. Where am I in that range? Right? All right. What's the minimum defense frequency according to what Homie has bet?
Yep.
Compared to the pot, right?
Absolutely.
So that's like the calculation Diva is supposed to go through here in perfect GTO world.
The nitty-gritty side of playing high-level poker is that kind of stuff right there. Really talking about minimum defense frequencies.
And I really don't know. You know, I have no idea what lines Diva is going to take on the flop or the turn. So I really don't know the range that he arrives on the river with here.
Of course.
I think, you know, it is live poker. This guy has put in quite a few chips, even though it's percentage of the pot, it's small. We see the cards, but you know, I think like you said, you know, just to simplify this on the river, is this ever a bluff?
Yeah, is this ever a bluff?
I think answering that live is a good question to always ask yourself on the river live.
Agreed.
Could this ever be a bluff? Like, what are they and then get even deeper into it. Okay, what is he bluffing with?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so if it is a bluff, like I'm telling myself that, what combos is he bluffing with here?
It might contain a lot of jacks if he was to bluff with certain combos too. So that is it's rough holding two of them. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Homie is betting very small here, giving Diva a massive price, though a phrase that Carlos Welch says often is 75% off spoiled milk. You're getting a good price, but not for something good. So
he might be putting it together.
Yeah, I think so. It's just like, it's such an odd line to have taken, but it all boils down to that question. Is it a bluff?
And that's another thing. We forgot that he puts
it in, puts the fold in.
He back four bet, right?
Yeah.
So that even affects sort of what you arrive on the river with even more, right? Because you start with the back four bet. What's he back four betting with?
Right.
Then you go through the weird flop action, the weird turn action. I mean, it's really hard actually in that spot to decide, like, what do I arrive on the river with?
Yeah, no kidding. Very unique hand dynamic we saw there. Back four bets, min clicks, down bet turns, 1/3 pot river bets. That was just all kinds of unique spots to be in for sure, though. Diva, I don't blame Diva for arriving on that river, just given the prices that he was being afforded. But he did make the correct fold in the end of it. Homie is going to scoop a very, very nice pot there on the end. Appreciate all the additional analysis as well from you, Mr. Kyle Z.
Yeah, we got to fill the time, right?
We got to fill the time. Exactly. You're exactly right. It's nice when I can chop up some more theory type stuff with somebody here in the booth.
By the way, we all run that through Solver. I'm sure I'm completely wrong. So
Exactly.
yeah. Happens all the time. Do it all the time.
Of course. eBay Dave. We're not playing the 7 deuce game, but he sure is. He's going to get in the middle. It's suited, though.
It is suited.
Diva dominating diamonds. Jack in the door, queen behind it. Who's got it?
That's 50.
I'm very confused how homie has them. There it is. Okay. Catches up there. Bridge Mike's got the best of it for the moment.
It was just 50 cents.
The homie's open-ended.
There you go.
An ace would just be so juicy. Put an ace out there for me, dealer. Come on, Miss Amber, make it happen. One time for the one time. And Diva's got top pair as well. Very, very interesting. Homie cold calling the raise on this flop. Open-ended 5-ball. Changes nothing. Rich Mike going to continue here. Still got the best of it by quite a stretch.
So he's hoping he can fix it.
Is homie going to put in more chips?
Maybe the graphics
Does not.
stuff for it.
I guess it is multi-weight. You know, my thought there is he has a spade in his hand. It would be nice to raise there, and then if the spade comes on the river, you have something to bluff with. You know?
Absolutely.
The open ender and the spades. It's kind of nice to have.
I agree. Be a nice bluffing candidate.
You know, it's really interesting as you see hands from a player that you've never played with before. You start to sort of construct that story, right?
Right.
So if he's not willing to go for a bluff there,
Then,
you know, on to the next hand.
On
Let's
to the
see what
next
else
one. Let's
happens.
go.
Is he going to go for a bluff in another hand, right? And then you sort of answer whether.
Yeah, I don't think there's good.
I'm trying not to. What is his? What's he going by? Diva. You know, then you start to understand whether or not the fold made by Diva was a good fold.
Yes.
Sincerely apologizes.
I know his name, so I just don't want to.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just don't
Don't
want
want
to
to put him on blast on stream. I get it. Yeah, we do give you the option to go by whatever you'd like on the stream. You can use your name or you can use a moniker of some kind. Most people typically go for something else.
Could have been your
Not unreasonable. Just like it's not unreasonable for him to play the Queen Jack under the gun. Call from Bridge Mike, Homie, and Kieran. All very pretty playable hands.
We're about to have live poker bot again. Here we go.
There it is.
Come on, let's do this 7 ways. Why not?
And why not? Wolfgang says, I'm getting a price. 2 suited cards. You people are calling me tight. I'm going to prove you wrong.
8 ways.
8 ways. Wow.
Who's left out of this?
Someone said bomb pot. Yeah.
Oh, it's Danny. Danny. Danny's the
Danny's the only one. And a queen on the flop. I think there were 3 queens. That is the case queen, ladies and gentlemen. No clubs for anybody.
This is a weird spot for Diva. You know, when you're this multi-way.
8 ways. What do you do? I guess you bet. I don't know. 175. Not an unreasonable sizing. Bridge Mike coming along.
Like you struggle between like getting people to fold their equity and like not getting too crazy in a multi-way pot.
Exactly. It's like you get raised here, you're just like, all right, well,
Yeah.
all right, whatever.
Yeah, how can I be good?
Just like this. eBay Dave. Gonna put in the raise here with the worst hand.
I don't think Diva's gonna fold this
I don't
one.
think so either. Certainly not.
It will be interesting to see what Mike does. Does Mike decide to fold at this point?
Yeah, there's no spade on board. I think if there was a spade on board, he might see a turn card, though.
It's pretty ambitious to think that you're good at this point, right?
Yeah, I agree. He does lay it down. Heads up to the turn somehow. And jackball! Yeah, Diva not going anywhere ever in a million years now.
This feels so good at poker, by the way.
Yes, it does.
You were unsure, and now you're just like, yes.
And Dave is just barreling huge. $1,000. over to Diva. Says, oh, what do I do? Just turning top 2 pair.
You know, yeah, it's hard. We've seen EB Dave check back so much on the river. Usually I would advocate for collapsing everything into a call.
Right. Yeah.
But since EB Dave checks everything back on the river, it might be easier to get value by
Raising now.
check raising now.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do it now, I guess you can't. It's either a jam or you call. I mean, if he makes it 3,000, he's only got
He could make it straight up min click it. If he is going to raise.
Yeah, I mean, out of position, though, you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to do that either.
He went all in.
Oh, and there's the jam.
He figured it out.
Love it. eBay Dave.
And this is probably the way to get the most money out of a
agree.
player that checks back the river a lot.
I would absolutely agree. Don't give him a river to check back.
Because you don't want to like call and then donk.
Yeah,
you know that's weird.
Donkly is like, there are times for it on the river. This is a pretty rough spot. Would be a rough spot to do it. He does
EB
lay
Dave
it
makes the
down.
call with this hand, but it's not. You know, there will be some nights where he calls with that hand.
Absolutely.
You will have better hands that he calls.
And could have ace queen there sometimes. You never know. Was it a bluff? Was not. 2 pair. Got him. Diva once again back up the big winner on the night. Lost a good chunk over to Homie, though he's still up 4,300 now.
Nice hand.
So got a little bit back. This is why you cannot be shy. You've got to stay in the game. Keep it going. Just like you guys got to keep the likes going. There's 9 minutes left. Got to get to 420. There's 900 of you watching. I think you can make this happen. It's easy. You can do it. Do it for Papa Greg. Papa Greg and Kyle Z.
You know, I'll do my part. I'll get on the YouTube.
There you
here.
go.
We're
Yeah,
gonna,
see?
we're
There
gonna
it
do a
is.
like.
It's a shame you haven't already done it. But I'll take it. Just like Homie's going to take the tanks, the +2, raise it up, and he's going to get a bit of recovery walk. Says, come on, guys, come on. Pay me off. Shows it.
It was a good flop for you. Better and better. You had me
He also did big with AMC. He made like $1 million.
either you have a queen or you don't have it. And then you get fully on
Danny 2-4s is going to go for it. Says, we're getting close to the end of the stream. I got to get in there sometime. This was not the time, though, because Homie's got ace king. And eBay says, cold 4, baby, let's go.
You're ahead.
With the Jack 7. Danny says, why did I open the 4s?
I'm starting to understand why people consider eBay Dave a legend.
Yes, yeah. This is a legendary cold 4 bet. Jack 7. And Homie,
And again, let's see what he did.
did Homie 5 bet? He,
wow.
he like straight min clicked it.
Wow.
Wow. And now Diva's like, all right, I'm in the big blind and I'm being afforded the biggest price in America. Let's go. Ace Queen. He's got equity, man. He had the right odds to call. King on the flop. Best hand pre's, best hand post. No sweat.
We'll see what size he might do 20% here.
He just might.
I saw Brady on the stream last night get 15%. on
Yeah,
all
I saw
pots.
that. It was cute. It was tiny, cute little bet.
Yeah, it was like the driest of the dry board. It was kind of like this. But
Yes.
oh, did it check around? Damn.
Yes, it did. Thanks for the sub real quick, Samuel Gutierrez. Appreciate it. Very surprised to see the check by Homie on the flop, though. I think if you had like a set of kings here, it'd be reasonable to check and let your opponents catch up. But ace king can still use, you know, a little protection. potentially. And Diva. Diva getting gangster as you asked for, Kyle
yeah.
Z.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's just too dry.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably not going to get this through, even if he makes a huge bluff on the river.
And Homie, I think, is going to put in maybe a raise here. Maybe not.
I think those are calling chips.
Yeah, those look like call chips.
eBay Dave decides not to do anything crazy.
Yep, he's just like, all right, I'm out. Jack ball on the end.
Does he give up the river or does he get gangster? He did lose that pot earlier to him. That might.
Yes.
Oh, come on, gangster jam all in.
I was about to say, gangster over bet,
Like
jam,
the
do
only,
it.
The only thing that might work is jam.
It's
so,
a jam,
you know,
yeah,
he's
so
going to
you
do
may
it.
as well
Please
jam.
jam. I don't know you, homie. I know my friend Diva.
Yeah, let's go for it. Real quick, thanks for the sub, Tony Carlos A7. Thank you for the sub. Thank you guys for pumping up the likes. You already put like 60 in. We need like 20 more, and then we're good. Diva's going for it. He's going big, 1,800. Not the size to get it done.
Not the size.
Homie, very easy call. Says ace high.
That's hard, buddy. That's hard.
Yep, rough.
Nothing wrong with having hard.
Nice hand.
You called it earlier. I thought you might have like.
Congratulations, sir, winning my chips.
Yeah, good seat change.
Good seat change.
Yeah, we sort of criticize the flop check, but the flop check can make that whole hand out.
Yeah, it got him paid, man. So is what it
He's
is.
gotten 2 cold 4 bets over an idiot's raising.
We're gonna move on to the next one. We got 4 minutes left in the stream.
Loving these close-up camera angles, by the way.
I know they did some new work with the cameras. They put a little motor on it so we can move around. We can get the room shots, and we can do some zoom-ins and all kinds of fun stuff. We're giving you guys the best we can at TCH Live in Dallas.
You did.
Gotta mix it up. Gotta keep you guys entertained, though. If this game isn't entertaining, I don't know what you want.
Yeah, took a little bit to get the chips moving around, but they moved.
Did Bridge Mike fold 2 10s? Nice to see him fold 2 10s. I'm hoping the card's misread.
I don't think
he fold 2 10s.
I played with him for a few years.
Yeah.
He's not one of those. Not to one bet.
Yeah, exactly. Diva. Spike and top pair. S kicker at a position, though nobody's got much to pay him off with. Just Jeff might put in a call. Last Gen Poker Doug R, $13.13 super chat. Go Tigers. Just Jeff says, is that a club? It is not. I've got a gutty.
We were talking about how 1-2 brings me back to when I really liked poker.
Yep.
I have watched a video of the next gen poker guys, and they definitely, that's what they're all about, right?
Yeah.
Just reminding people how it felt
Yes.
to get out there and just be super excited to play yet another,
another session.
It feels magical when you sit at the table, all that kind of stuff, and it really shows through their videos.
Yeah, no, that's something that I think a lot of people like. That's what their channel like really thrives on. It's like that sort of nostalgia, and they're
Reminds people of being young again.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like 3 college kids living the dream, traveling the country, playing poker. What more?
Good times.
The American dream or whatever.
Good times. So it's the time to do it. There you go.
Absolutely. As eBay Dave says, yeah, it's time to do it with ace 9.
Yep.
Just Jeff, king 7. Let's go. Bridge Mike getting in the middle. Danny getting a price to squeeze. Puts it in. Honestly, could have gone bigger here. Could have gone like 500, and I think he would have been fine. Just goes for a pot size raise, though. And it is probably going to get the job done, except against eBay. Not surprising. And 10-6-6. No spade in sight. Danny going to c-bet this flop. And eBay is going to have to fold. Danny getting some back, baby. In the twilight of the stream, you love to see it.
Do you guys want to end with a flip?
How many RFID cards do you guys go through every stream?
Oh God, that's a good
Just
question.
let it out.
Quite a few.
Quite a few.
honestly.
Okay.
Quite a few.
If
We
they
have
are
to
gonna
change
do
the
that, do you
decks
wanna do it
pretty
now,
often.
or-
It's rare that somebody doesn't do something to screw one of them up, you know, because
Okay,
they're
this
so
is the last
sensitive.
hand, so if you guys
They're
wanna
so
do it.
sensitive.
Right.
Are we doing a flip?
Okay. So you do one normal hand, then the flip.
One hand, then a flip. You guys heard it. Last two card hand of the night.
That's all chance. Get a $50. It'll be one board, but maybe you agree on something. Whatever the table wants. Side bets up. Then we have a raise.
Wolfgang Poker. Huge raise. Massive raise. Was there straddles on?
I don't think so.
I would hope
Oh,
so.
yeah, there is. We're so close to the lights.
$50 straddle on? Okay, $50 straddle on. There it is.
So close to the lights.
Guys, we're only 12 away from the likes. We're at 11 p.m.
close.
Come on, let's go. Make it happen. You got one hand and one flip to make it happen.
Come on, boys.
eBay Dave says, come on, give me something good. Give me something good in $50 straddle. Give me something good enough.
How much is the total?
A lot of dead money in this pot. 655, 665, just going to the flop 5 ways.
Let's see a beautiful, weird live hand.
Yeah, give me something whack. Oh.
Ah.
8 deuce deuce. Yeah, that's about right. Anytime we ask for it these days, it's just like, nope.
I mean, there's people that have hands they can continue with. But
Yeah,
yeah,
oh,
it's-
that's true. Homie does have the king high flush draw. Bridge Mike's got an overpair, and Wolfgang Poker's got a pair. And eBay Dave says, yeah, but somebody wake up with it, or somebody wake up with something, or get out of this pot. Wolfgang Poker gonna have to fold. Bridge Mike, man. No, no, he folds the nines. Oh my gosh, and homie king high
Legend.
flush draw.
What a legend.
What a legend, man. Stick some money in. There it is. Yeah. There it is. Queen on the turn. I think if he pay double barrels, dude, homie's just gonna fold. $1,000. You heard it. I think homie's probably just gonna let this one go, as I think would be correct.
Man. He's just deciding to barrel. Yeah, he doesn't do this all the time. He's
No,
just
he
deciding to barrel with no equity.
Deciding to barrel shows it. Got through all you babies. Let's go. Oh, I love it. That was an awesome last hand of the stream. There you go. eBay Dave, baby. 48%.
Putting a point on it, huh?
Yes, he did. He said, come on, you guys gotta mix it up with me. Get in the middle. Let's go. And that is going to do it for the 2-card game. Looks like we are going to end the night with a little gamble, as if there hasn't been any already. $100 PLO flip, getting 4 cards to each player, and they are going to run it out. Thank each and every one of you for joining us tonight here at Texas Card House in Dallas. You got Greg P. We were joined tonight by the magnificent Kyle Z from the big game, 10-25-50. You will certainly see this face again, as well as this one at some point. That is if you did hit like and subscribe. And we got to the like goal.
Nice job,
You
guys.
guys are the best. They always make me sweat it, like every time. Every time it's a sweat. They always pull it in right at the end of it. It's like they all just have a separate chat. They're like, all right, we're going to, it's getting 5 minutes. We're going to make them sweat.
So you're saying they're dependable. They always come through for you.
I mean, yes, but they're like
Come on, 10.
procrastinators, all right?
You run it once, right? You love the
Yeah.
sweats.
Yes, exactly.
3. 2
Kieran with,
2 pairs, son.
what is that, a wheel? He's got the wheel on the end, and he is going to scoop. He is going to scoop this PLO flip, and I think that is going to do it for us here at TCH Live in Dallas. Thank you guys for tuning in. Greg P, Kyle Z, we'll see you guys next time.
Have a good one, guys.